So it seems that I am on now. Sorry about that. Yeah, and it has been more than 20 minutes. So my apologies. Sometimes I guess people bring the African time into American, which is crazy because when I was in Africa, I was actually on time, well, nearly every time. So it's a bad habit I brought back, and I shouldn't. And even today, we're already quite a lot later, but it was intentional because last week, and this is why we had this topic. And just to be honest, today I really do feel really exhausted, and there's a lot that is going on that I have to take care of, and so we'll try not to have this go on for too long just because it's been, it's the start of the week, but we'll reevaluate the time and we'll figure things out. It's just starting to get into the swing of things. It gets a little bit hectic. So, firstly, sorry for the change of time. I know most people are usually waiting for the 11 o'clock one, and then yeah, I really couldn't make that one for sure, for sure. So for those who are here, if anybody's out there, thanks for joining at this very inopportune time. But we'll see how it goes. It's probably going to be very brief. So the reason why we had this show was last week we were talking about, as we always do, we were talking about the family, we were talking about, the children, what kind of discipline and what kind of, how do we raise the children, the whole spare the roles for the child discussion. So there was different, well, the agreements was firstly communication, whether you spare the rod or you want to spoil the child, or if you want to spare the rod, you should at least teach a lesson with it. It shouldn't be just violence for the sake of it. It should be discipline with a lesson in it. So however you choose to raise the children, it's always supposed to be with the teaching, with the instruction in mind. And so we had a guest, and she said she was raising boys. So I asked her if there was a difference in the way that people raised the girls versus boys, because it seemed that boys tended to get into a lot more trouble than girls, and the women would with the girls, usually just a lesson and maybe, showing them the consequences and so on. But sometimes it took a lot more discipline. And even with the men, the ones that were talking about growing up, it seemed that they did endure harsher discipline than most of us. So, and we say that even when it comes to the discipline, whatever it is, it has to be done in moderation. You can't use something too long and too often because it loses that efficacy. So even if it's either sending to your child to the room or depriving them of certain privileges, there's always going to be a limit to how far that is going to work if you use it every time, and that includes also, things like even spanking and punishment. So one has to sort of balance and moderate, and at the same time communicate. Um, the question that we had today was that in the past there was always the balance between the mother as the traditional nurturer, and there was the father, the disciplinarian, or the yeah, let's just say that for now. So usually, but that doesn't mean that mothers discipline. They certainly did. I mean, usually it was both, and that doesn't mean that fathers were not nurturing. They were, of course. So but just primarily. And so, but increasingly, we have situations where either for one reason or another, some women may be raising children alone, and some men as well. I should have been fair and put, single, fathers as well. But the occurrence of that is, well, I should have really, but maybe I will go back and correct it. in any case, the absence of one side of the family, does that affect how the children grow up? If children grow up without, let's say, if they grow up in a single parent household, whether it's a mother or a father, are they missing something that is essential? And can one parent fulfill the role of two? Let's say, even if it's a single father, let's say, can he, take care of the responsibilities that a woman would do? Let's say even plaiting the hair or teaching the girl how to do certain things when they at every stage of their life. So there are certain things that we tend to do better as one versus the other. But circumstances, sometimes do create these places, situations where, for one reason or another, it could be divorce, it could be death, it could be, just people are not together. So there are many reasons why people end up having to raise children by themselves. And in the past, there was a lot more communal support. There would be the aunties and uncles. Maybe even now, it's not as dire sometimes as we think, but we used to have a lot more support in the past, but even now you have people who can raise grandparents, you have aunts and so on. So there's still some communal support, but it's still a lot more responsibility falls on the immediate person raising the child rather than a shared responsibility. So is that something that and some people say, well, if I'm a good person, all you need to do is to raise good children. You don't have to be one or the other, because they say, well, you can have children raised in both parents and they still turn out to be, oh, shoot, you know what? Okay, let's go back. Let's rewind it all the way, take it all the way back. I forgot to do the one thing that we are supposed to do here at SNN. We are supposed to, you know, pray and offer our obeisances to the ones above. And I do apologize not only to the people who are waiting, but to the ancestors who have been guiding us. So I pray for forgiveness for today. Yes. So let us begin. To the ancestors who watch over us and to the ones who plead for us, to the gods, whoever they may be, I pray that this may be a productive session. I pray that we may learn something. I pray that we may undo whatever wrongs we have done. And I pray that we may learn and become better. Thank you. Okay. So, wow. Yeah, I guess there are days when you can even have that taken from you, something that you always know you're supposed to do. Okay, so sorry about that. So let's begin. So what is the idea of family, the ideal? Because we have two things that we look at. We look at the reality and we must face reality, but we also look at an ideal. An ideal is simply something you work towards, whether it's in the past or in the future. It's a plan, it's an aim, it's a vision. Whether you get to it or not, I guess that's your destiny, personal or as a group. But there always has to be something that we are striving towards, even personally. So when it comes to, for example, raising children, it's not to say that this is the best situation and this family is the best. Nowadays, our families are so, different and complicated all around the world that you can't really say, this is how things should be. So that's not what we're here to do. We're not here to prescribe a certain formula, and we're not here to, put down a certain way of doing things. Everyone has their way of doing things, and everyone has their way of practicing their personal freedom. So, but in any case, the ideal I think that we can all agree on for a child who enters the world is that firstly he or she should enter in a good and loving environment where people care for. Oh, English is so terrible, where you always have to genderize things, because in most languages, African languages, a person is simply a person. Don't have to say he or she, is just the person. In any case, so when a child is born, you want them to have the best in life. And I think that we can all agree that children need both the care of a mother and the protection of a father, and the love of a family and a larger community. That's just, I don't think that we can all disagree on that. That it doesn't happen does not mean that we shouldn't, strive for it, that we shouldn't plan for it or make things to be able to work in that way. But the reality is that the system, the way people live right now, we live in a very complex world. Things are not as simple as they used to be, where all you had to do was feed yourself and eat, and yeah, life is far more complex now, and that also, in terms of family nowadays, is all kinds. There's adopted families, there's mixed blended, there's all kinds. So there's also the increasingly, well, there used to be the nuclear family that was prevalent, the two parent family, but now there's also the single parent family. Well, I don't have all the the numbers. I know quite some people have anecdotal evidence, some people have the actual statistics and so on. Um, but just in general, we can see that happening around the world increasingly. Not That is not isolated to even one community. Just like the way divorce rates have gone up, and they have gone up pretty much everywhere, I think consistently. So it's not something that's focused on one community, but since we are Africans, we look at what affects us. So the divorce rates have been going up. The In Africa, the teenage out of wedlock pregnancies have also been going up. So the number of children who are being born out of wedlock are many, or who are growing up in mixed. By mixed, it could be the going from one home to another, from divorced parents, or maybe orphaned, and in different situations. It's not the traditional one, two, three, father, mother, child usual arrangement. And there's also the situation of the single parent, as I said earlier. Well, that one was deleted, so before we started over. But the single parent family, I'll say parent for now. Mostly, it's usually single mothers. I said earlier I should have changed that, so let's just say single parent family. But the single parent family is also increasingly a situation where maybe from divorce, they sharing a household. Sometimes people have they do have another they have a stepmother. They could have a stepmother or a stepfather, or they could just be in a single family home. So that also varies. And in that situation, so well, we only narrowly today with the single mothers raising the boys, but it could equally apply to. We could also talk about single fathers raising the girls, or the other way around. So it's a wide topic, but the reason why we talk about the single mothers for raising boys is because um, when boys especially grow up, they do tend to, have, how do I say this? If boys are not raised to be responsible, they do get into trouble. They do get into, maybe criminality, or maybe they don't lack guidance, especially to operate in the world of men. And the question has always been, can a woman raise a son to be a man? a woman can say, well, I can have both roles. I can teach my son to be a good person, which is true. It depends. If you're a good person, you know what you want from your child. You're going to show them the way that they can get there. You're going to put them in programs and in situations where they know what to do, or they are around people who can show them how to conduct themselves in the world. So that's always a situation. Someone can say, well, I know what it means to be a good man. I have brothers, I have uncles, I have people in my life, many in my life, who I can show, and I can show the example to my sons, and they can see what it is to be not just a good person but a good man. So that's the question. Oh, okay. Hello. We do have somebody who accidentally chanced upon us. Hello, Nana Dreams. Good to see you. Wow, you just came in with an emphatic no. That's surprising, because if you find most people are usually on the other way, they're like, yeah. Oh, hello. Hello. The learning curve. Greetings to you too. Okay, so we have a few people trickling in. Once again, I am deeply, deeply apologetic for. Yeah, let me just say this. I'm sorry, but I'm glad I'm here, because I almost didn't make it. Time has just been against me today. So, but space is not. So I'm glad we're here. So, yeah, can single women raise sons to be men? And Romesha was here last week, and she requested this subject, actually, because we were talking about raising children and whether discipline and all that. And so I asked if maybe boys are disciplined differently, and whether mothers discipline differently than fathers, and so on. And she was emphatic that she knows what it is to be a good person, and you raise children the same. You raise them to be good people and to stand up for themselves, and to be to respect adults and respect themselves, and so on. So and okay, so Nana Dreams, you're just saying that it's enough for you. Hello, Segrity. Good to see you. Okay, I will try to take a few minutes to say greetings to everyone. And okay, I already did my apologies, so we should be all good. So good to have you all. Good to have you all. And once again, I'm all over the place today. So if things go haywire and go one direction, you have to forgive me today. It's one of those days. So it's completely off my yes. So yeah. Okay. So back to the topic at hand. Yeah, so increasingly we're having women who are raising both girls and boys. There's also the question whether women growing up without their fathers. That's an issue. That's one thing. People, they have their own daddy issues, but we're talking about now for the sons, because if we're going to have a strong community, we have to have strong men. We have to have good women. We have to have strong men. We have to have children who are protected and who are innocent, and that they can enjoy being children as well as learn how to become adults. So we need all three. And okay, so firstly, let me take a few minutes to welcome everybody. Hello, Lady Matron from the Learning Curve. Good to see you. Good to see you. Senuti is here. Senuti, you're too kind. You're too kind. And yes, I agree with you completely. We do need to promote both parents. I started this from the beginning, saying that we have idealism, but we also have reality. the ideal for every child who is born is that they should be born to a loving family with a mother who cares, a father who protects, and a community who, is there for the child. That's our ideal. That's what we're always working on towards when we talk about African traditions and heritage. Those are the things that we want to take from our past and continue with in the future. But that's the ideal. The reality is that we are living in a system where increasingly the old ways are maybe not as strong. The old bonds are not as binding as they used to be, and people have different ways and different choices. So and different situations. And it's not just sometimes from a wish. Sometimes this happens from death, from divorce, from there's orphanage. There's a lot of ways that people find themselves not being in the perfect ideal two-parent families. Nowadays there's step sister, step parents, and so on. So and there's also this idea, the situation of single parenthood, and that's a reality pretty much everywhere. So habari mzuri sana, mzuri sana Samira, mzuri sana Samira. I'm doing 1,000 things. If I was Lord Shiva with 8 hands, I would be in there, joining you all in the comments. So yeah. Okay. Senuti says, single mother raising her own. No, we see the result of that. And that's one way to look at it. But sometimes somebody can also say that it's not all the children who turn out to be that way. Maybe some children do turn out to be okay. Like last week we talked about this corporal punishment, and some people say, well, I was beaten as a child and I turned out to be okay. And some people might be like, oh, I was beaten and I was traumatized. And so some people might say, well, I come from a single parent home, and my mother, my father taught me, and it was better than growing up in a bad household or something like that. So there are people who say that even though that's not the ideal situation, it can still work. So that's our question: can it work? What are the results of that? You say, I'm sure there are some great single mothers out there, but fathers are very, very important. Yes, they are very, very important, because it's the ideal. You want children to have both of those influences growing up, and this goes for both, the girls and the boys. But if the situation is that for whatever reason the mother is raising the children, and this happens more often because obviously as a woman, you really can't abandon your children, whereas in any case, for a woman, once you have children, you have to raise your children. So there are, I think, there are more single women than single mothers and single fathers. But the single fathers also happen. That also happens. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying that the situation is usually reversed with women. So it happens that there are women who find themselves raising children, and can they do it? And if they have to do it, if they find themselves in that position, how do you think that they should go about raising those children? How do you think that they should be? Should they be extra maybe tough on them, maybe make them see the mother not just as a mother, but as somebody who can actually because I see with the women who are raising boys, they almost have to become as tough as the boys they're raising, because I guess boys will try you more or something, or try to manipulate you. I don't know, but it seems to me that they have to be very, very tough. Okay, the one that reminds me, and I'm sorry for this reference, but and this, she was not even a single mother. She was just a regular married woman. And from Malcolm in the Middle, I don't know if you guys remember that show, but the mother character, she was, I guess those boys were very mischievous, so she had to be like very tough and very angry all the time, and just, on her spy mode, just trying to get what these boys are doing. When I hear about how boys grow up, for me, I'm like, wow, boys are really crazy. Like they get into sorts of troubles that I couldn't even imagine, somebody getting into. But in any case, it takes a lot. So, and for you as a mother raising boys, even with a father in the house, that seems hard enough. So it seems doubly hard if you're the one to both, be the nurturing, caring one, and also still be the one to enforce the discipline in the house. Because I remember from my uncles saying that my grandmother, she was very strict, but when the boys started growing up and becoming very tough, all she had to say is, "Oh, wait until your father comes home." That was enough, to terrify them, most of the time into good behavior. So in any case, what does it take to raise good men? What does it take to raise a man who can compete out in the world, who can be his own, who can stand on his own outside of the home? Because that's what the home is, partially to prepare the child to enter community, to go in and become both productive and competitive. Productive in a way that you can add something to it, but also competitive, that you can not fight others off, but be able to meet the challenges that life will provide for you. So can you, as a woman, confidently feel that you can provide that for? It might be easier with girls, although they also suffer that deficiency. But with girls, it's easier, I think, to prepare girls to be women if you're a woman, because you almost understand what they went through and so on. So even though you can't really protect them like a father would, maybe you're more prepared for what the world holds. So, those are just, a few thoughts on that. Let me see what, Hurricane, welcome Hurricane. That's a cool name. We have a huge accountability issue where children grow up having a weak sense of accountability because so many fathers aren't around. Men and women deal with accountability differently. Okay. So children are not accountable because the fathers aren't around, and that's also, that's the other side of the coin. Why are the women single? Now I know that partially we talked about death. That's one factor that nobody has control over if your spouse for some reason dies, and I know that men die at a higher rate than women usually. I don't quote me, I don't have the stats. So that's one thing. The other one could be divorce. That's usually uh, well, they say that women start the divorces more than the men, but I think it's still a mutual. Just if marriage is mutual, I would think that divorce is also mutual, because nobody wants to force somebody to be with them if they don't want to. So if one person feels aggrieved, then it seems to me that it's a mutual you know, what did that crazy chick call it? Unconscious uncoupling or something crazy like that. Yeah, something like that. So both of you got in, both of you get out. So that's equally, responsibility. And then the one that maybe people talk about when it comes to accountability the most is when people have children outside of marriage. So that one, yeah, that one does require some accountability. Okay, greetings, Sanavra. Oh yeah, Grand Rising. Sanity says male-female balance is a way to go, but unfortunately in the West it's promoted to be a single mother. Government gives incentives, pays to raise sons and daughters of single mothers. Yeah, that has been an argument, in here, in welfare here, but even in Africa, the divorce rates and the teenage out of wedlock pregnancies are still also very high. So with or without incentives, the number of children being born outside of the traditional family is still going up. It's just, I think the difference here is you get paid for it, but yeah, I think that's maybe the only difference, maybe. Oh, Ah, Mwenetezi, you are crazy. Habari Mwenetezi. I won't even comment on that one. I just let that one go. Okay. Harike says it's hard to be the nurturer and the iron disciplinarian. That's true. It's better to have two parents to play their respective roles. Yeah. I don't know how how they do it. It really takes a great balancing act to be both, and this is for both parents. And I didn't mean to to single out the women. And there's still the opposite effect as well. So we're just starting with the mothers today because mothers, but yeah, I would think that it would be very difficult, especially for a woman to constantly being a disciplinarian, to constantly being, the one to put your foot down and so on. So, if they know how to do it, it would be good for them also to talk to us about how they do it, how they make that balance, how they also balance themselves, so that when it's time to be, strict, you're strict. Then when it's time to still be the natural, the carer, and to let your child know that even if I discipline you, it's not in anger, it's not just random punishment, it's actually out of instruction. So yeah, it's a balancing act. It's a great it's not easy. It's not something that somebody takes for granted. And so even for those women, I'm sure it takes a lot of resolve. It takes a lot of it takes a lot of strength to do it, because it's not something that anybody wishes to do. It's a big Parenting is already a big burden, and doing it yourself is even harder. Sam says, okay, let's see what Sam says. Sanity apparently is also good for businesses to have two income household. Plus, women spend more than men, so apparently they didn't want the men restricted by the men to spend. I think I lost you somewhere there. I must be slow you too fast, but it's good for business to have two income household. Okay, so if for businesses, it's good to have a married couple than to have single individual households, maybe. Okay. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. I think businesses will profit either way. But if you can show us how businesses profit from two couple households rather than one, that's good. Oh yeah. Say hello. Say hello. It's good to say hello. Sometimes I know it's just informal, and it just seems like, oh, we're going through the same thing, but yeah, that's the African way. When you come in, you say hello, you acknowledge, people sometimes, and you sit down and have a good conversation. So, forgetting their own tradition. Yes. So Sam, that's a good question. What is our traditions? What are our African traditions? That's what we're here to talk about. What do we value as a people? Well, what are some of the things that we see as our heritage? What are some of the things that we need to leave behind? What are some of the things that we have to, incorporate into a new worldview? Seniti says one of our tradition is to value and respect marriage. Yes, that is true. When it comes to this, these Neanderthals and genes and all that, honestly, I don't really have a big bone in that fight. For me, I mostly just focus on us as a people. Sometimes we can look at them and delve deep, and I'm not a big, genetist or whatever, all that stuff. I just know who we are, and I say, let's think about what is good for us. Even if we look to them, let's look at what we can make useful. If it's technology, if it's information, if it's distribution, if it's organization, then we can take those and improve our own way of doing things. If it's something that we can take and make better, then that's exactly what we should do. But sometimes, we have to also not be careful not to just delve into a hole and not know how to climb out again. But if there are things that we can learn from them, I'm for it. But I still say you have to be careful with something that you don't know. If you take something, know where it comes from, know what it is for. Even last week's debate, when people talk about, this, the whole, I mean, I don't want to start it because when the test is here and he will just open that other jar. But when people talk about all these rights and things like that, people don't look deep enough and into the origin of these things. Why do people want suddenly to talk about it? Why is it suddenly, the topic of conversation? And how does it really affect us? How does it, even if you're for or against it, where did you get your ideas from? Sometimes I think we take too much of their of ideas and we don't really look into it. Even this whole even with feminism, intersectionality, whatever, all these new isms that are coming, even with the political isms, capital, this is all these new things, people just take them, but we don't know where they come from. And if you look deep enough, sometimes it's just a copy of a copy of a copy of something that we used to do before. So instead of looking at the copies, when it comes to especially things like traditions and values, that is one place I think that we should start with ourselves first, and then maybe once in a while just glance at them occasionally. Because one thing we can learn from them, I know technology, I know when it comes to deviousness and creation and things like that, they are awesome at it. But when it comes to to the heart, when it comes to the values and traditions and community, we have to look at ourselves first and actually, see what worked for us, what did, and what we need to change. So not that we have to go back and restructure the world and go back to a time. That's also a form of idealism. There's two kinds of idealism. There's the past idealism, where the past was just this wonderful, benevolent, just nature, people, just streams, honey, and things growing from. Yeah, that's the past idealism, where the past was just this shiny, perfect thing. And then there's also future idealism, where people just think that the world is working towards this wonderful utopia where everybody's, has Wi-Fi and is catered for, and they can order anything that they want at the tip of a touch of a button, and everything is just perfect. That's future idealism. But you have to look at the reality of life. You have to look at what you're facing, what is out there, and what we're dealing with. If we can value marriage and value traditional marriage and so on, but we also have to look at the world that's not defined so much by value and respect as it is by choice and freedom. And so, even in this world, what we value might be different from what the world values. So how do you balance those two? So it's something that we all have to sort of juggle, even in our lives. It's not an easy question to answer. You can have traditional marriage, while you when you go out, your children are being taught totally different thing. You can have people teaching your children something that maybe you might not feel that is you agree with. So it's not as easy as just saying, well, this is how we should treat our children. This is how we value. Even the marriage, even the definition of marriage is also sometimes apt to change. There are places where marriage is not what it used to be, and so valuing and respecting it means something different. Sam says point is that pushing women independence, so women can have their own money to spend. I mean, in the West, women have been becoming more and more economically independent from the men. That comes from work, from being able to go out in the field. They haven't reached the maybe the economic level of the men, but there are women who have climbed the social economic ladder, and they're much better than maybe their grandmothers and so on. Found women spend more than men. Okay, yeah, I guess women are driving the economy. um, 1 second. Oh, also need to put up the, let's see, we should put up the One Africa sign. And you know what? Let me go and find the information, because I forgot also to talk about the office that we're still raising for. And so, you know, I said today I'm just forgetting things, and it's been one of those days. But let me find the office. Yeah, so as you know, we have been, you know, raising the money for the office so that Swahili Nation can actually get office.
Hey guys, what's up, everyone?
Okay, so let's do this. So, you know, I don't forget while you're all going on and on. So I'll go ahead and share what we're still, you know, working on. We're still trying to get a place for us where we can do more. We can have more times, more hosts, more quality, not quality, quantity. And Bigger can have a place where he can do more than he's doing, and we can have, you know, Paul and the others. And yeah, well, let me just have a quick reminder. This is what's called the station side. I don't know the lingo, but hold on 1 second.
Everybody, I hope y'all are doing good today. Man, as you know that we are in the campaign to raise 25,000 euros to get Swahili Nation One Africa office. And I'm just here, guys, to ask you that we really, really, really need your help. Why 25,000 euros? Because we need 15,000 euros to secure the place for the whole year, and 5,000 euros to buy furnitures for the office as well as utility. But also we need extra 5,000 euros for the studio. We need to buy camera, we need to buy lightnings, we need to buy green screen, chairs, and some other stuff for the studio. So in total, we need 25,000 euros. And that's why we started a campaign of €5 for 5,000 people. We're just asking to get 5,000 people, and each one of y'all to only give €5 in order to reach our goal of 25,000 euros. And you are free to give more than €5, but we want to ask you guys to participate, to be part of this, because these offices are not for me, but these offices are for the Africa. You know, having offices and doing what we do, it will help us to do our work in a huge capacity, more than the way we do right now. Because all the time, I just do it from home. But there's a lot of things and a lot of opportunity they're passing by simply because you don't have office, the place where we can work. So we're asking you guys to join our hands and please be part of this change. We mentioned earlier that this is going to be the year of action. And guys, this is One Africa in action. Come and collaborate with us, do with us. And one thing I can promise you guys, every single euro that you will give, it will be used for a greater cause, for the office. And you guys will be able to see everything and all the reports and everything that is happening. We need you guys. We cannot do this without you. So please help us out. Until right now, we already raised almost 1,500 euros. But the journey is still long. We still have like more than 24,000 euros to raise. So please help us to spread the word. Share the link of GoFundMe. Go to our page of GoFundMe. Just write Swahili Nation One Africa Funding. You'll see our page there on GoFundMe. And please donate anything you can, and we'll highly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a great day. I love you guys.
All right. So, you know, that is the goal that we're working towards. Hi, Marie Internet. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. And everyone else, thanks for being here. So, yeah, that's the official SNN office that we are working towards. We're raising money to get. That's the GoFundMe. You can go to GoFundMe Swahili Nation One Africa and type in. You can put in as much or whatever you have, and yeah, it's going to help us a lot. We're hoping to kickstart things, in a few months, and you'll see the action, the results of what we're doing. We hope to do a lot more too in the future, and reach more people every day. We want to also have programs during times when because right now, like I say, we're dealing with this time issue. I know I'm dealing with it, so it would be good to have a time when we can reach people in different time zones, in different areas, and expand and bring this conversation to a lot more people. So yeah, so that's the GoFundMe, and thank you all for your support. Thank you for those who have donated. Thank you in advance to those who will. And if you're, for me, I know that some people may not want to be. We can appreciate you in person. We can appreciate you anonymously. You can donate, leave your name, or just donate anonymously. We are, the only thing we receive is the name you put in. So your privacy is respected. Okay, so I hope we can do that. Thank you again for joining me. I know this is not usually the time we do this, but I appreciate all of you for staying up late. If you did. So back to the question about raising our children. We do agree that we do agree about the ideal. The ideal is the family, and not just limited to the nuclear, but the extended family, the bigger family. It's something that we also have to see as a wider issue than just us. Oh, what country will the office is? Oh, it's going to be in Tanzania. It's going to be in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam, I believe. Yeah, in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam. So it's in East Africa, and that's accessible to people from all around. It's close to Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi. So there's a lot of people who are there, and also very close to, a diverse group. Tanzania is one of the biggest countries in East Africa. And so that's a good place for us to meet up. It's a good place that we can connect and network. And yeah, so. And if you have any questions, about the office, about the breakdown, talk to us about, let us know about what exactly is needed, because there's a place, you need furniture, you need equipment, you need to take care of certain bills and so on. So it's quite a lot. Yeah, no problem, Hurricane, no problem at all. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're excited about it. I'll be very happy when I see it happen. Okay, so we're talking about the children, because ultimately that's why we're here. That's why we have a community, to create life, to maintain life, to protect it. That's what we as adults have a responsibility towards the children and the descendants. So we have to ask ourselves, how are we raising the children, and what is the best way to do that? And okay, so there seems to be a discussion between Senuti and Sam about about feminism. Why does it always have to become about that? Today we were simply talking about single mothers raising their sons, and if they can grow up, if they can teach them to be, to be part of the community, to be responsible adults, to be good people, to be productive. But we can go there. Let's go to the I don't need a man movement. Okay. Sariti says, Sam, if you forget, I'd recommend you to visit a village in ER. That independence, the independence of women to spend. Okay, yes. Yeah, and that's just part of the whole society that we live in, that people are expected to spend and consume. Not just women, but women maybe do spend more than men, but the consumption culture is everywhere around us. Even men do spend a lot. Men also have their shows of wealth, whether it's cars, whether it's expensive watches or clothes or whatever, or shoes. Men also do spend. So it's not just the women, even if the women spend a lot more, but we have a culture, we're in a culture of consumption. Everyone spends. Even people who don't, they say, oh, people who are rich, they don't spend money on clothes and so on. They wear, 2 jeans and regular shirts. Yeah, that may be, but they may be spending their money on a jet ski, which is millions of dollars, which you don't have. So you only have money to spend on clothes, whereas they have money to spend on a whole lot more. So don't just think that because they're not spending money on clothes, they're not spending money on stuff. So anyway, so yeah, we're all encouraged to spend. Spend. Actually, if women do that more than men, maybe they've got the message of capitalism better. Independence, yeah. I don't need a message. You're mixing West message with African tradition. Yeah, but unfortunately, nowadays African tradition is mixed in with the Western message. So we also have to look into that and separate not just what is ours, but what is modern, and even what is modern, what works and what doesn't. Where we're not automatically saying one is better than the other, especially when we live in a time where some things works and some things don't. And even in the past, people had different ways of doing things. So we look at all the possibilities and we say which one is the best one, and we compare. That's how we need to go back and speak about African tradition without the whitewash. Yeah, that's true. There's nothing wrong with staying at home and taking care of your household as long as there is love, respect between spouses. Yeah, so people do have different ways of having their families. In some households, people will stay at home and just yeah, there are, well, I don't know. Yeah, some people would stay at home and take care of their household. Some people would work and have somebody help them in the house. Some people would both work and maybe somebody take care of the children. So it depends. But I think we all agree that they still need the presence of both parents in the house. If not every day, at least, sometimes. Some say sanity. I fully agree with that. If a woman is happy staying home, then nobody should tell her otherwise. In fact, I think I want a woman that values staying home and taking care of the family. Okay, all right. So yeah, nothing wrong with staying at home if you can afford it, if you can, take care of your family and raise your family, and that's the best environment for them to be in. Then yeah, nothing wrong with that. That's the whole idea of choice, because that's what we're saying. We live right now in a world that we're supposed to have choice rather than, values of freedom, where, values and respect is more a matter of choice. And so if someone chooses to stay at home and raise their children, there's no shame in that. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. So if we're saying that, is there something inherently wrong with if somebody chooses to raise their children by themselves? If somebody chooses to remain, a single parent and raise their children by themselves, So we have to look at, both situations and say, why is this one better than the other? And if that is the best choice between that and maybe being in a household with an irresponsible parent, for example, maybe raising a child by yourself might be the best option in that respect. So, and if that's the case, then what is the best way to go about it? And sorry about the noise. There's, stuff going on in the world. Sanity says, I think we need to follow the white man more than we are right now. White men don't call. Wow, they don't call their women that, but they're the ones who came up with that name. I mean, we're speaking English, so the B word was not created by an African, it was created by somebody who spoke English. So, and they had very fanciful names for their women. They had the W word that ends in an ENCH. They had the harlot and the slut. Yeah, no, yeah, you can't outbid them if it comes to that. Um, Senuti says, Sam, what I mean is the way feminism is pushed in the West, separation of the nuclear family. Okay. Marie Antoinette agrees with Sam. Okay. I'm not sure on which one, but okay. 99% of African men don't call their women names. This is more relevant there. Okay. Oh yes, yeah. I think I told you that one in Tanzania. So the office is in Tanzania, just to reiterate. Okay, so Senuti. Oh my goodness, today is going to be Senuti versus Sam all the way. Okay, I see. Okay, Sam, did you ever? Oh my goodness. Okay. With your comments. Oh, hi, my internet. Said hi. They see the value of our culture. Dumela, Africa. Who, or what is that? Let me know. Um, the only says no, they can't. They can't. The only is adamantly on the opinion that no, women cannot raise their children, boys to be men, and boys need their father figures because boys are very complex to raise, especially from teenage years. Okay. We need to argue for the importance of fathers and mothers to raise. For sure, for sure. I don't disagree with you in that sentiment that both mothers and fathers are very important in a child's life. All I'm saying is that if the father is not in the life of the child, how does a single woman raise the boys, especially that is in her care? It's not a responsibility that she can also say, well, I can't, it's either that or giving them up completely. So if she's still there raising the children, how does she do it? And that no further figures in the house means driving boys to the street in search of role models to be consumed by the gang world. Yes, unfortunately, that also happens. That when the boys don't find what they're looking for in the house, they are liable to go outside and try to find other male influences. Senuti says, following African tradition does not mean disrespecting the women. Women are supreme. They are the gods. Okay. African American men are disproportionately into. Okay. Well, there's a lot more reasons for that, I think. I think some of that is also to do with economics. That also has to do with history and so on. But yes, there also needs to be maybe more men trying to guide their boys away from such pitfalls. Men are here on earth because of women. Okay, it's true that if we keep our culture that emphasize community, lifestyle, even children from single mothers will have a male figure they could look up to, but nowadays it's too much. That's a good point, the only, because as much as we can say, well, maybe it's not the ideal for women to raise boys alone. It's also important because to have that communal support. Even in the past, we had an extended family where even if the biological father is not there, the child still has the influence of the males around them, and that also went with the peer group system where children were put into age groups where they could still interact with children their age, and they could also interact with children older than them and so on. So they still had that influence even amongst themselves. And so that's a good point. Also within the family as well, it's not always just the father. There's uncles, there's grandparents, there's other male relatives that can also play a part. Not maybe take the place of, but at least mitigate the absence of the father. The main question is, how do we keep mothers and fathers from separating, and how do we keep from men from getting caught up in a bad relationship? Yes, that would be the big one. That would be the main question that we can ask ourselves. How do we keep men and women together? If we could answer this question, Sam, we wouldn't even be talking about single mothers. We wouldn't even be talking about all these problems that people have. We wouldn't even be talking about wayward children and some of those drugs and culture and criminality and irresponsibility and so on. If we could do this one thing, I think the world would be a much, much better place. But unfortunately, that is also part of what do we call it? The wish. That's also the idealism. If men and women could get along, the world would be a wonderful place. But unfortunately, men and women get along sometimes for some time, and then other times they don't. And by that time, sometimes they have created life. And so, what are we to do about this life? So I have, I think I have given an outline of the issue. It's we do all agree that the ideal is the mother and the father, but it's not the reality in the world right now. It's not how everybody is growing up. Where it's not how the world is, and so in fact, right now with the single parents is actually quite tame. The definition of marriage will be stretched so much that even this will seem like an ideal to some in the future. So if we're talking about this now, we don't know what the state of marriage will be, 50, 20 years from now, and the state of the family as well. So we still have to navigate the reality that we are in right now, and we know that a lot of people, a lot of children are growing up in single parent households. So even if even if you're lucky to have the ideal situation, it's still a question of, if you're a single parent, how do you still teach your children to become responsible adults despite not having, maybe all the advantages or all the opportunities that that other children might have. It's the same thing even with, let's say, people who are maybe they might not have all the values, all the opportunities in life. Maybe they're not as rich as they want to be. Maybe they are deprived in some or another. How do you still teach your children to overcome those barriers and not become wayward? Because the chances, we know, of such children, being in a difficult situation are high, but there's still ways that we can mitigate it. Oh, okay. Wow, we have guests. Thank you, Amhara. Welcome, Netsanet. How are you all doing? Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Oh, not at all.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. How are you
No, I
doing?
just wanted to find out why you're concerned about African boys. How about African girls into women? Can single mothers raise African girls into women?
Oh, yes. Earlier I said that those issues also apply to both, women raised without girls raised without their fathers, boys
Or
raised
without their mothers?
yeah.
Can African
So
men raise?
this was just the reason why we said this was actually from last week, when we had a lady who was a single mother who was raising boys, and so that is why we say that today. But we can have another program where we have either both, or we have a general discussion. And also, I should have said just single parents in general, but most of the time the single parents are usually single mothers. So it's a general discussion, but this is just where we started with.
I think they can raise boys into men, of course, because, whatever the circumstances, they're the ones stepping up, looking after the child. There's so many deserters out there. So why are these people being blamed, these women being blamed, when it's the deserters that abandon their family? It's crazy how, the West, America, has a very toxic relationship with mothers, and I think American women, African American women, are victims, because there is this narrative, like this hatred for single mothers, where they blame them for their no good for nothing fathers who abandon them. So these people that are growing up in those households resent their mothers. But the blame shouldn't be on the mothers, it needs to be on the deserter. And, we should be, a long time ago, people used to praise widows. Widows were vulnerable. For example, if the one person dies, they're still single mothers, but they're widows and they're vulnerable, and the community should support them. It's crazy that in the West, they seem to demonize, these women there were these single parents for surviving in such a hostile environment. They seem to blame them for everything, and I just think they're the easy target because of it's just an easy target for policymakers to blame women left holding the baby, and also that they like women being in that position. So the whole abortion debate in America, it's not because they care about unborn babies. No, it's because they want more single mothers, because if they're in a vulnerable position, they're more likely to accept things that a vulnerable person would not accept. So they want more people to accept things, to accept BS, because they're being a single mother or a widow makes them vulnerable. So they want more vulnerable people, I reckon, anyway. That's why they're stopping abortion, because they want to create more, which is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's interesting. So you're saying that... oh, go ahead, Sister Netzanet.
Yeah. It's very difficult to say they want to have more single mothers as an American. And I don't think that's the issue. I really don't think that's the issue, because actually, since this idea of abortion become more accessible, there are more single mothers. There is more abortion. That it's supposed to be downsizing and helping out in women's health. It actually more destroying it. That's how I see it. And as an African woman, I think the direction I'm gonna go to what we can do instead of let me rephrase my sentence. Instead of focusing on only the challenges that single mothers or single fathers, single parents have, we can see, okay, what are the best options that the community support that we can have, whether in America, in Europe, or any places. I think the first thing that as a parent we should recognize is we cannot fulfill the other person spot. I am a mother. I cannot be a father. I think one of the challenge as a single mothers or single fathers try to do is to fill the void by their own. And we are not that. We don't process the same way. We don't make decisions the same way. So we don't choose the same choices. So recognizing it as a mom, as a dad, or as a caregiver, recognizing it that, okay, I have a limitation to address this child, to raise this child, and in the community, the way he or she are created for, that I know I have a limitation. That's the first thing I think we should do. And the other thing that I think we should do is, just a comment, is seeking out help. Sometimes when we are single parents, because other people will point out on us, or other people will give negative connotation, we kind of feel scared to show our vulnerability. So that will stress out on the child, and that's going to be hard for the next generations. So you were talking about the ideal family, that everybody, the father, the mother, or the parents to be more involved and engaged in raising the child. And I think that's really an ideal, but we have the reality may not be like that.
Yeah,
and that's what we have. But once we recognize that and we say, okay, we have this open space void we need to fill, that is the stress. We try to fill it by ourselves. which we cannot do as a single parent, because we are not the other person. Like we are not, I don't know if you get me. So I think recognizing that and trying to find a support, whether it's from the families of the community, and trying to get a support to fill that void, whether it is education or another resources that we can find, that will help. And I think that's one thing we can see. So when I come back from the point that I start talking, now let me come back with that one. I don't really agree that it's because they want to have more single parents. Actually, I really think it is more helpful for a person to know that they need to act first. They need to make a decision first. Then the way they decided also is not like they say, oh, it's totally illegal in the country. What they say is it's not a federal decision, it's a state decisions. So states have still their right that's more closer to the people to make those decisions. The people who live on those states are the ones who make the decisions, and that's more closer to them and closer to the family who need the services. So I think that's how we should see it.
Interesting. That's an interesting opinion. However, because America is a capitalist society, it will function better if they had more people at the bottom. So I reckon that they need more single mothers, because these people will be the ones working at the bottom of their little triangle. That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that Harry can say, and maybe both of you can speak a little bit about it, is this whole idea of choosing and being accountable and so on. And I know you say that people blame the woman, but you're right, it takes two to make a baby. So if there's no father there, that's also the question to be asked. Well, where is the person that created this child? Where is the man that created this boy? You know, that's also something that we should talk about. When it comes to the women, Hurricane says men that want children don't suddenly up and abandon the children and leave women to be single. So it's this back and forth between, well, women need to choose better, and the other one that, well, men shouldn't walk away and so on. I would say that when it comes to choosing, I mean, both people are choosing each other. So the men are choosing the women, the same thing with the women choosing the men. So I think if it comes to choosing, it should apply to both, that, you know, as a man, you should, if you choose to, be in a situation where a child is being created, can be created, then you should also be ready to take the responsibility. So that's, nobody is saying that the man is not to be held accountable. And the other side, when it comes to that whole single parents, if it was the other way around, like women and single dads, guess what we'd be talking about right now? Custody rights, the legal system, men's rights, how men can see the children, all of that stuff. So, it's a broad topic because everybody has their own, interests and views on the matter. So today we were simply just talking about the women, but, if it was the men, they would have, different ways of looking at it. So for Hurricane and Jorina, the question is about this question about choosing, that, as a woman, you should choose better when it comes.
You see the thing when they say choosing right and choose better, what really annoys me is how they think that, just because you're a single mother, that you can't get another man. It's very easy to get another man. And it's that talking point I see in Western America and UK, like in the West, where they think that the women are so desperate that they'll accept any man. Like, again, it's that they're trying to put women that are already vulnerable in a situation where they have to accept they have to accept second best because of their position in society. And you can always remarry, like, it's not a big deal. You can always remarry, you can always get someone better, but there's this lie, this myth that you won't get any better because you have children. I find that, maybe I'm a second generation, so I find that crazy. And I find it crazy that women think that because they've got children, they have less chances of getting another man, so accept any loser. And I think that's very, very worrying. And it's like, that's false. That's dumb. No woman should ever think like that. Seriously.
I think even I think I think the idea of you getting a man is about, like, the whole life is going to be circled on that. Is I don't think it's more appropriate to portray it on women, or because there are you don't need to have men, you don't need to have children, you don't need for your life to be like completed whole, right? That idea by itself need to be fixed.
It's so true.
Yeah, I am a family woman. I'm married. I have a child, and I love my life. But it may not be the same for every person. Every woman or man may choose to live alone, to be abstinent, to choose their career as success, to choose something else as success, and portray it that way and live it. I think that should be fixed, because just like you said, there is an idea that if you are a certain age, you have to marry, like, you're going to be so late. Like, when you get married, like, you have to have a baby. No, that needs to be fixed. As human beings, the potential you have, the assignment you have to fulfill in this earth, you come in and fulfill it, whether it is having children, marrying, and doing certain things, or whether inventing travel material to Mars. It doesn't matter which one it is. And I think that's what we should, I don't want to say we should, like, that's what the things that we could have looked for and established as a community. Like, it is not marrying, it's not getting a man or a woman, or that is not the major goal of life.
Yeah, it's true. They use it as a control.
If we are able to understand those things, then when life gets you might pass through a challenging time, or you might stuck in a place and you see, okay, what was my goal? And you go back, look at it, and try to walk from there. Whether you are a single mom, whether you are a single dad, and you focus and you help your child also to focus, because each one of us here for a purpose, we're gonna do it. So that's, if we are, I think that's the point I'm trying to make. If we focus on who we are and what we are here for, that will help us know, oh yeah, I didn't marry, so what? Like, it's still, if it is, this is a way, this is a direction I choose, and that makes a decision, then that's how it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's true. Very interesting outcome. I think it's good, and I like your mindset. It makes sense, but and I also love families. I think having a husband and having children is a great thing.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. It's a really wonderful thing. It is.
That is a good.
It shouldn't be demanding. I think as a culture, even I'm an African. I come from East Africa, so it's a demanding thing. As a community, will expect you to marry a certain age, and that will put a lots of pressure, especially in women's, because of the age limits to have a baby and those sorts of things, and that expectation is so high. And having a family, having generation, which I am for family. I really enjoy my family. I really hope and encourage people to have families. I'm okay with that, but it shouldn't be a forceful measure. That may not be their major goal in life. So we have to accept that fact, and that's something that sets people free to choose the right way.
Yeah, it's true. I think families for men is a very good thing.
Yeah, I agree.
It's very good for men.
I agree.
They benefit more than women. Women sacrifice,
I agree.
but in the long term, it will benefit them. And the thing with the age as well, it makes sense because women, you know, fertility is not, we're not that, we've got a very small window, so it's scientifically proven. It's not, it's kind of like if women know that they have a short window, then they wouldn't let life pass them by or like lose chances. What you should be aware of it. I mean, I see some of my peers who haven't had children, who haven't got married, and that's their choice. They chose a different path, but not everybody's the same. Some women want to have their own children and want to have their family and want to also do what they want to do, and I think that's great. They should also pursue their passions.
Yes.
I think that's great, and family is a foundation. I believe in it.
I agree.
But the thing is, with this myth in the West that single parents, you know, will never remarry, that's a complete lie. That's also false. They can remarry. They do remarry. They're not. I don't understand the demonization of single parents in the West. You know, they're vulnerable, but they're trying to create.
Sis?
Hello?
And
yeah, we lost you there for a second. So you're saying that the demonization of a single parents, do you think it's equally between the single parents, you know, the single mothers and the single fathers? Because single fathers also do get demonized, you know, this whole idea of the deadbeat dad, you know, so on. So I think there's demonization of both.
I think single fathers get praised. I think they get sympathy.
Yeah, they actually get praised because it's not a lot of men who raise their children single-handed by themselves. When those men are found, actually they are more praised.
Yeah, they are. They're more sympathized, more praised, and people tell them, "Why did you do it? Why didn't you give them to their mother?" You know, like why should children be away from their father? You know. But there are some people who encourage men to just be, you know, just follow and just be like their, what's the word? In Amharic, it's called madabara. Just someone you can just chill with and go out.
I think the one that say no father figure is in the house means driving boys to the street in search of role models to be consumed by gangs world. I think I agree with that. That is true.
It's true, actually. Even here in the UK, in London, they are the biggest target of criminals. If they know there's no man in the house, oh my God, the way that criminals target. Sometimes these single mothers are actually targeted by vultures because they don't have a protection of a man, so they're very vulnerable, actually.
Yeah.
And it's sad. I mean, even in Africa, like, you know, they have their property stolen from their brother, you know, like from their like ex-husband and stuff. So they are very vulnerable. But there needs to be, I think now there's change. There's more women's rights and stuff, more opportunities for them.
So women need the men to protect them from other men.
Yeah, other people. That you'll be vulnerable. So this lie that they don't have no man or no man wants them is just to make them more vulnerable, to take advantage of them.
I think I can if we say, let's take example. If it's a single mom and she have a boy, it's very difficult for her to show her boy everything a man's do, right? Because she doesn't have it naturally. So finding a support, a father figure, brother, uncle, or community leader that she trusts in, so she can help that boy become a man, responsible man, a gentleman, productive for the society. At the same, at the reverse, there are single dads who have girls, so still they need support in guiding their girls to find mother-like figure to show the girl, because these are natural way of things that you learn. Some of them we don't even talk, we just live it, and the kids picked it up. And I think those are by itself is a real protection for the children to grow to real manhood, to real being a lady and productive in the society. And that's one of the points I want to bring, not only like physically protection, but mentally grows, socially grows, spiritually grows. They need both sides to see.
I think also not judging the children of single parents, because those children do well in life. I mean, there's such a negative stigma against children of single parents, like they will never do well, their parents are split up. Like these people are jealous, they're haters. You know, who are they to judge? First of all, those that are in married kids, they get up to all sorts. Those children get up to all sorts, but their dirty laundry is never shown in public. But the children of single parents, you have all these concerned aunties who really are jealous. They don't care, you know, talking about your child. You know, they just leave single parents alone. You know, there's so many doctors that came out of single parent families who are doing fine. So, you know, we should just leave the children and stop judging them. You know, the parents are doing the best they can.
That is true. I think creating the environment for those for the families to feel more welcomed and included is one thing. And also, I don't think we should. I think we should recognize some of the data that are there.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean all the children. But see, with this data,
of course,
they discriminate against the children. Even the teachers judge those kids as well. It's terrible in the West. They find out who's a single parent child, and they discriminate against them. It's absolutely terrible. But those children, a lot of them do very well. They succeed. They go on and get married. It doesn't mean your life is going to go downhill. No. But if you make it hard for those families, of course it will.
So if the parents are not together, for example, do you think that what a single woman should try, you know, to have the father involved in the life of the child? Do you think that the best she can do is to, you know, encourage that relationship with the father of the children? Or do you think that she should just, you know, try to do it by herself?
I didn't get the question clearly.
Yeah,
co-parenting. So should she just take on the responsibility by herself, or should she try to involve, you know, the father of the children, you know, the biological father? Do you think that that's something as a single woman, if you're raising your boys, should you try to have their father involved in their lives? Or
definitely, they should.
Okay. I think the challenge is most the things when there's a breakup, because it's going to be a painful moment. People get emotional, and they forget the need of the child. They actually stressed out on their emotion, they're hurt. So they say, oh, I don't want to see her. Like, I don't want to see him. But no, you cannot do that. Like, your emotion is going to be second, because you have a child who needed their father. You have a child who needed their mom. Like, we have to come above our emotion, our hurt, and our disagreement, and try to look to a kind of a common ground to help the children succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Because the tension, the frustration, the hurt that we keep showing in front of the children, whether or intentionally or unintentionally, that's what you see when a breakup happen, and that the continuous conversation will be like him, her, and the children they will get that effect, that pain, and it become hard. So I think we have to own the responsibility, whether it's our fault or not, and try to overcome our emotion to help the children, because there is a next generation who needed the support, who need direction from both.
Yeah,
It's not going to come from one
direction.
direction.
Before you go on, let's go ahead and welcome. We have 3 new guests all at once. Thank you so much for joining. I'll welcome Brother Ntwadumela, aka Brother Bakari, Vijay, and Senyu. So you can each go ahead and join the conversation.
Imani Iwekwenu, Tanzania. How are you?
Na wewe pia, mzuri sana. I'm doing very well, thank you.
Yeah, first I'm gonna tell you this. I didn't even get the notification, man. And I'm subscribed, but Forecast sent it to me.
Oh, cool. And that's it's a whole different thing. Today I've been just off time, and I'm just glad everyone is here tonight. So yeah.
But to answer on the topic, because like I said, I just came in. No, I don't think a single mother can raise a boy to be a man. They can give him morals, ethics, value, teach him respect. But to be a man, they take a man there to show him what it is to be a man, right? I'm a single dad. I'm a widower. I've been for 16 years, right? Shit, I can't show my daughter how to be a woman. It doesn't make a difference how much I love her. It doesn't make a difference. I can show her what type of man she should choose or whatever, but I can't teach her, because it's woman things that I just didn't know. Women go through stuff that a man just don't know. Don't care how much you read, don't care how much you study. I'm not a woman, so I couldn't show her how to be a woman. But my son, on the other hand, who's 19, who's a sophomore in college now, is going to be
well
different.
done. Congratulations.
I can show him man skills. I can show him. Thank you. I can show him man skills. I can show him how he should be proud to respect, love, provide, and protect for his woman. You understand? I can tell my daughter, a woman submit, but I also tell my son, a man is supposed to submit to his woman and what she's better at. But as far as me trying to teach her to be a woman, no. Just like I don't think a woman can teach a boy how to be a man. We can teach them with respect, but can't teach them the man skills because you're not a man. I get it, Mike.
That's interesting.
Go ahead, Vijay.
Oh, I agree with you to a certain extent, because here in America, a lot of us didn't have the option of a man being in the home. The men left. So what was the option? These women raised their sons, and many of them became successful and have families and all that. So, yeah, in the perfect world, the man would be there. Even if the relationship didn't work out, the man would be there. But in many instances, they weren't. In some instances, they couldn't be. I mean, here we have the school to prison pipeline. So how can you raise your son and teach him how to be a man if you're in prison? I mean, so to me, when we say a woman can't raise a boy, a man can only teach a boy how to be a man, true. But what do we do when that option is not available? I know instances where a person had several children by several women, and he decided to be, in his mind, I'm present because I'm giving child support, but to physically be there, for his son when the kid needed him, he found every excuse that I can't be there. but in their head, they will look at themselves, because compared to a lot of other men, they were a great dad.
Performative.
Can I respond to what she just said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I understand that sometimes the man ain't there. I'm not saying that one can't teach him nothing. The woman did her best. So then when it come to when no one is there, it come back to where that's where we get back to that old African proverb where it takes a village, right? So now, and I'm going to use me for, I've been part of mentoring programs, right? And I'm a part of something now, apprenticeship, trying to send young men to help them get themselves together, right?
Right.
And they were single mothers. So when you have men out here like me, maybe some women, and I don't talk to the kids without parents. I don't do that, right? So maybe some of the women who understand that a man should be around should talk to some of these women, because it's like I'm absolutely shunned by some women when you're really, after I meet the grandmama and meet the mama and meet the auntie and meet who's ever in the child's life, to let them know that I'm not a child predator. I'm not here to hurt your child. I want to just help guide him in the right direction, and they would tell you no. And I'm gonna just use one for an example that I know, and I've been talking to him since he was 12, 13 years old. His grandmama, his aunt say no. First his grandmama said yes, but I told him what road he was going down because I saw the people he was hanging with, and I told him what road he was going down, right? They pushed me away, but he ended up in jail. So in that instance, he's out now, and I'm still trying to help guide him because he's only 18. It's an apprenticeship program that he can get into right now with what he said that he wants to do, and they still say no, no, no. They have someone who's going to handle it. I'm like, when you going to handle it? When he had 10 years in prison? When he had 20 years in prison?
Tragic. It's so tragic that they don't want to take advantage of somebody like yourself who's raised a successful son and gone to college. That's their loss and very stupid. But how do you educate these kind of ignorant people? Because that seems like
who've been lost in the streets, and they feel like the streets will raise their children instead of seeing someone who's trying to show the child the right way and give them an option.
And the predators are there. The predators are there, like waiting around these single children from homes from single background.
Also, part of the problem is we glorify a lifestyle that leads to destruction. Everything that you're seeing years ago, everybody would be hailing you as a hero. Here's a man who's trying to show the young men other options to try to. But today, everything that's destructive is glorified. On both sides. Outrageous behavior look like this is supposed to be the norm. And we're fighting against that, along with, my enemy is the man, the man's enemy is the woman, and all this other craziness, along with the system that, is trying to bring them from school to prison pipeline, keep that, we ain't trying to make that stop. So we all have to do better.
It's true.
So when I talk about it, I speak from the other side. With me being with a daughter who's a senior in high school now, and I know it's extremely difficult with me raising my daughter, and I know it's difficult for a woman who's raising a son. The only thing I can say is we continue to do our best. And we continue to thrive. I see sometime with the women, I think they attempt to make their sons extremely hard and tough and think that's a man. They want to teach them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that makes him a man. But no, that's not what makes him a man. And I since we're talking about can a woman raise a boy, I'm going to be honest. And people get mad at me when I say this. I'm called a simp all the time. I just tell them I'm a master simp. But I think to a certain extent, black men drop the ball. Not to a certain extent. We dropped the ball. My generation. And I'm not ashamed to say I'm 50 years
Well,
old.
and also the ball is sort of taken from you because look at what everything that happened in the 80s to just blow up our families. So a lot of us don't. What is a man? We all we see is the guys doing wrong on the street corners. What you see on TV. The ones who are somewhat successful don't want to be bothered with us. So it's hard for us to find a man. And then then you meet somebody and you think it's going to work and it doesn't work. And then you got this kid and you two beefing too much, and he's like, well, just go down to the court, file for child support. You get your money. I'm done with this. And what is that doing to the child? He's showing that, oh, as long as I give the woman the child support, I don't have to be bothered with the kid. Cool. So that's the example that I'm seeing. So we're not giving our men or our women examples of what a healthy relationship truly is.
Let's welcome Theo to the house. Welcome, Theo. I think this is your first time here.
Hey, Theo.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. Good evening.
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 Yeah, so I'm just when it's time, I'd like to give my view on this.
Go ahead.
Okay, so to answer the question, my opinion is that a woman can raise a boy to a man. I think when it comes to raising anyone, all it takes is that person being instilled with the right principles and morals and values. Nature will do the rest. Do you get what I'm saying? There's nothing inherent. How do I say this? There's nothing inherently special about a man, other than that he's a good person. If he's raised right, if that makes any sense, right? So the way I feel is, all things being normal, right? All things being equal, right? A boy is a young male who will eventually grow up to be a man, right? So I think what we're concerned with when we ask this question is, can a woman raise a boy to be a good man? But all she has to do is raise the boy to be a good person. And by virtue of being a good person, he'll be a good man. And so to raise a good person, all you have to do is instill them with good values. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You don't have to teach. I mean, what is it that you have to teach a man that you don't have to teach a woman? Because if you're teaching a person to be good, they're going to treat other people good, right? If they learn that, if that actually gets instilled in them. So that man, that boy who grows up to be a man, if he has the right morals and values, he's going to go out in the world and act according to those morals and values. And at the end of the day, if that's good, he's a good man. You know what I mean? If it's beneficial to society, if he's productive in society. Character, I mean, I guess there are other things like machismo or, there's certain traits, I guess, that some men have that are just traits of individuals, but it doesn't necessarily contribute to being a good person. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but you don't think there's no situations where a man would be more important than a woman?
Well, I'll say this, right? This is what happens often. Like when you're adolescent, you're kind of going through a certain stage where you're trying to figure out which way to go, and you're influenced by your peers, right? And you do need someone to consistently keep you on the right path. Now, what happens when you're a young boy and you're surrounded by other young boys, if you don't have a man in your life and it's just a mom, it's not necessary that it's going to happen. It's not like it has to happen this way, but there's a risk that the boy may feel like the mother doesn't understand And so he may not readily take some of her advice because she's a woman. Do you get what I'm? So there has to be some type of rapport or trust instilled from an early age, from the mother to the son, that will facilitate her being able to communicate to him when he becomes a young man around 14 or 15, to where he still takes her advice and trusts her advice despite the sex difference and the influence that he may receive from other young men. So
I'm sorry, I thought you stopped. I apologize. I thought you had stopped. Go ahead.
I'm gonna finish up with this. So sometimes, okay, when you have a father, like, so I grew up with my father, and there was times when there were certain things that I came to talk to him about because he was another, you know, he's a male. He's a male that I look up to, and I kind of took that, what I was going through at the age of 14 and 15, he probably already went through, so he would understand if I brought it to him, you know, and he'd be able to give me, you know, advice or empathize with where I was coming from that point of view. But I don't think it has to be that way. I don't think it's game over if the guy isn't around. And I think, you know, the reality just proves that you know, it happens. You know, women raise young men and women to be great people in society by themselves, you know, with the right support system.
I agree with what you said. You're right. It has been proven that a woman can. But let me ask, like, have you ever seen a young man, the mama tell him something, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
He don't want to move, but just daddy raising his voice.
Yeah. I got a son, so I know exactly what you. Yeah.
Make him get up.
Yeah.
And one of the things, and I'm gonna tell you, now this just my take, and it could be like women are softer on boys than they on girls.
But you made a good point. I think it was you that I heard say this earlier. I don't know if it was you, but I heard someone say sometimes a woman tries to instill toughness in a boy, teach him to be hard, but that's not, you know, it's too much. Sometimes it's overcompensating because young boys don't need all of that. You know what I mean? They need to learn like principles, morals. You know, they need good advice. They need love. They need understanding. You know, they don't need to be roughed up and toughened up. You know, life is going to do enough of that. You know,
you were correct. Yeah, that was me who said that, and you're correct. You know, and sometimes they need guidance, just the proper guidance sometimes, right?
Right.
And when I'm saying the proper guidance, like, okay, I'm gonna give you an example. One of the mentoring I was in, and I was talking to the kids, and I was speaking.
Mm-hmm.
My son we called them the nerd crew. It was like 20 of them, 20 boys, about 15, 20 girls, and nobody had a GPA less than a 3.4. We called them the nerd crew, right?
Okay, you say the nerd crew?
Yeah, the nerd crew. That's what we call
it.
They embraced it.
Right.
But it was one, his GPA wasn't that. It was one of them who was cool with them, right? And his GPA wasn't that high. And I was asking, you know, he see everybody saying they want to be doctors. My son graduated with 3.85. He gonna be an attorney, you know, so on and so forth. But he thought he was less than, right? Because he wanted to be a mechanic. He knew how to work on cars.
Okay.
So what I did was when I spoke with him, because he said had nobody talk to him about it, he was feeling down. But I was like, look, I say my son is smarter than you at this because this is his interest. Your other friend is smarter than you, and because that's his interest, right? I say your interest is cars. Tell them to go. They say he's been breaking down car motors since he was like 13 years old, right? I say tell them to go break down a car motor. They can't do it, so they're no smarter than you. So you step up and be the man you're gonna be, and you be the best damn mechanic in Metro Atlanta. That's what you are.
Open up several shops, and you might make more money than all of them put together.
And that's why I say y'all friends, y'all stay in touch. Yeah. I say, so what you do is since they doctors and lawyers, they want to be doctors and lawyers, and you feel they're gonna make a lot of money, so they're gonna be your clients. They're gonna call you to fix their car. You know, it's just stuff like that. Encouraged because he came from a single parent household. Yeah. For me, I felt just encouragement like that, having a man tell him something like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. and I do believe that, you know, yeah, when it comes to confidence, it's just it's because of society though, right? I
Mm-hmm.
feel like, you know, sometimes like I look at it, okay, again, I'm raised by my father, right? I don't think that makes me any, you know, it doesn't make me more special than someone who's raised by their mother. The only thing that happens sometimes in that case is that because of society, a person may feel less confident because they think they're missing something. They think that, you know, if somebody tries to play on that, right? Somebody, and this is it's sad because it happens where people try to push the narrative that a boy is going to be less than a man if he was raised by a woman. And if
Yeah.
that boy internalizes that, it can cause some insecurity. And then that
And,
insecurity could lead to that boy like overcompensating, you know. But that is
and,
it's only
and if
it's
we
not
took that a
real.
little bit further, if you look at now that so many boys are being raised by women,
Hmm.
now you're systematically telling these boys that you're less than. So it's all this psychological, systematic that
Right. And it
they
shouldn't be
try
like
to
that.
embed in their heads that you do not compete. We're gonna make sure you do not even try because you don't have this, and
Right.
that.
Right.
And then that's
Exactly.
what frustrates me about all this. You don't have who how many of us have a perfect childhood, whether we got both parents, no parents, or don't know what a parent is?
Right. Exactly. You know, you can have two-parent household. You can have, I mean, it don't matter, right? And you know, you see, I mean, and confidence is just one thing, right? Because there's some confident, at, excuse my language, assholes in the world. You know, confident, destructive people in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can have men who, you know, they could be confident in their manhood, but they don't. It doesn't make them productive citizens. It doesn't make them productive in the community. It just makes them feel emboldened sometimes to be, you know, especially if their father, you know, uh, 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 had that same type of, you know, let's say anger issues, you know, prone to violence, you know, so that
And
young
then what
boy
kind of sons will
can be
then they will produce?
right. That young boy can be reinforced by that, and then when you got someone who's reinforced by a male who was violent, you know, maybe a gangster or whatever, it's harder to talk this male down from that because that's what he comes from. That's what he identifies with. That's what his role model was, right? So it can actually go bad. That's why I believe if you got two good parents, great. Like that's two is better than one. No doubt about it, right? But if you have to choose between a single mother or two parents where one parent is a bad influence that nullifies the good intentions of the mother, the mother is probably better off doing it on her own and getting a good support system.
Yeah, yeah,
You
and
get what
I've
I'm
seen
saying?
that. I've seen that many times.
I I absolutely agree with that. I'm gonna tell you something else when we talking about the single mothers, and this mostly, I would say mostly what I see on social media, but I see it out here too in the streets. Too many of our men is afraid to be what they call a stepfather. Uh, Sometimes this is just my
When
take
did
on it.
that change?
Uh, I don't I don't know when it changed, but for me it was natural because I had both parents. My dad died when I was 14. But just the way I was raised, being from the country, right? Everybody eat. It don't make a difference. You when I say everybody eat, I'm talking about everybody in the community. I can just come knock on your door. What's your name, bro? I can just come knock on your door, man. I'm hungry. Come sit down and get
Right.
a plate. That's how I was raised in the country. I could call beach, beach, this okay, no problem. That's how I came up. But now it's to the point, not just being a stepdad, we are afraid to mentor, or not afraid, don't care anymore. And like Hurricane said, it's a accountability issue a lot of time with our men in our community because we have fallen for all of the built-in excuses.
Yeah, and I'll just admit, there's some women, because again, it's weird because you have women who have multiple different fathers, but they're all siblings, and it's not a problem. But then you bring a man in there, and then he may have other kids, and then there's a problem with the stuff. To me, it just doesn't make any sense that on one side of it. But then on the other side of it is, okay, you're now in my life. I have my children. You can't raise my children. You don't talk to my child. That's my child. I have a serious problem with that because, again, if you're in a home and y'all living together or married or whatever, that's your family. And he has a right to discipline the kids just as much as you. And a lot of people nowadays feel like, no. That can't happen.
That's a touchy one, too. Especially this day and age. That's a touchy one because, I mean, it's I think it's in any guy's nature if he's around a young child, especially a young boy, and that young boy's father isn't around, he's gonna want to offer some type of structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
But man, listen, you really it takes a lot of trust, to interact with people because, and you say discipline, not that discipline always lends to like some popping of the hand,
right? But just
and
telling
some
them,
sternness, but
no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. It's like, yeah,
right. But it's touchy because when you got a little kid, and that kid is you have to have a rapport first of all with anybody that you're gonna give direction, right? You have to build that rapport. But there's some things you can't correct and can't fix, and you don't want to go down that rabbit hole of trying to do it, because some kids get spoiled, so I can understand a guy coming into a situation where he's like hands off when it comes to discipline. All love, no discipline. Leave the discipline to the mother. And if the father is around, that father steps up and does his part in that department. But I understand if the father's absolutely not around and that guy is in that child's life from a very young age, before that child is spoiled, and even if I guess if you spend enough time and build the right rapport, anything can be turned around and you can give a child guidance. But I can see how that can be a very touchy situation, especially when you got a dad that's around and you got another man coming in trying to offer, some authority,
But from the girlfriends I have, it's not even the man who's coming in with the authority. That's my child.
Yeah.
And nobody.
You gotta respect that. Yeah. And you gotta respect it. You gotta
And the
respect
thing
it.
is, and my biggest issue with it is that kids know and see everything.
Mm-hmm.
And if they see
BJ, repeat that, BJ.
that I'm untouchable, how are they going to be able to deal with the transition to life when mommy is not going to be there to say nobody can have their hands on you?
Right. And you living in the house with this kid, that's a precarious situation to be in. I mean, because like my man was saying earlier, sometimes these young boys do not listen to their mother, so here you got a little kid running all over the house. Mom can't control him, and you want to, hey, sit your down, and mom ain't with it,
And I'm not
but
even
you got to live there.
the ones 5 and under. I'm talking about the older ones.
Oh yeah, the ones that'll say you ain't my daddy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And my mama told me you better not, blah blah blah.
And that part too. So you better not. You better not. You got to make your decision. Is that the type of household you want to live in? You really got to make decisions like that. Those are,
You know how I handled that before my wife passed? You know how I handled that? Because I bought a son. I was a single dad at 24. I bought a son to the marriage. My wife bought a daughter to the marriage, right? My late wife, right? But you know how I handled that? I didn't, she might have acted a little funny. And then as her daughter, they think she thought she could say something. I'm not a, you know what I did? I just wanted to meet the daddy. Let me talk to him.
Okay.
So he will know I'm not a predator. I'm not in here abusing your child.
Right.
I know I'm not the blood father, but I love your daughter. She's my daughter. She just got 2 dads. And when their mother passed away 16 years ago, you know, he called me and asked me, man, I ain't in position. Let her stay with you. Can she stay with you? I ain't got no problem. I have no problem with that. Because
Right.
I want the dad to, because I feel it also should be a rapport there with the man who's dating the mother now or married to the mother.
Right.
You should have some type of rapport between the 2 dads.
Exactly.
The biological and
Right.
the step should be able to have a cordial conversation. Even if you don't turn out being cool, you should be able to have a cordial conversation about the child, because that should be
The main priority.
the interest. That should be the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You know, but I think this is important though. You know, you know, it's just about what the need is, right? So if there's no need, like if the father is actually active, the mother can handle it, then you know you can't overplay yourself. You know your role. You know you don't have to replace the father just because you're living in the house. I mean, you married a mother, you're a part of the family. It's all one family, but you don't have to replace the father necessarily. You know,
Right.
I definitely think that any guy with good intentions should have the always have the room to father his child, and no one should step on his toes or get in the way of in the way. But for kids who do not have a father, that's a whole different story.
And that's when it's a lot. It's a lot, and the kids have to be the main priority. But on top of it, we as parents and stuff have to be aware that the streets don't have no empathy for these babies. The police
No.
do not have any empathy for these babies. The school system has no empathy for these babies. So if we're not raising them to be able to navigate within those systems, they will be taken out.
Yeah, man, environment means so much. And this is why I believe, again, you can have two parents. For one, if those two parents ain't got their stuff together and they live in a bad environment, man, that child will become a teenager and to be straight out of control. But again, you could take one parent with their stuff together, whether it's a mom or the dad. You can have one parent got it together and living in the right environment and got the right support, and that child will be all right. It's not 100%, don't get me wrong, but it increases the chances. A bad home decreases the chances of success. A bad home in a bad environment further decreases it. A good home in a bad environment, so it's so many different factors, and a lot of nuances to this. And this is why it's hard for me sometimes when I hear people just simply say, the father needs to be in the child's life. The father needs to be in the child's life. You have to qualify the father first before you can say if that father needs to be in the child's life. Because some fathers don't need to be in that child's life if that father doesn't bring the right stuff to the table. And especially if that father is bringing
helping him
negativity.
to become a true man.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking at Sam's comment. He's saying it has fallen 3%. My question is that 3% because you now have more relationships, or is it 3% because more
people aren't having kids,
are not having children?
Yeah, that's what it is. A lot of people aren't having kids, so a lot of people waiting later to have kids. So the numbers are down.
Yeah,
and then you can't even you can't say that's good, because you have to actually look at the household. Two parents does not mean a good home.
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
And the thing about, once you mess up a kid's mind, it's so hard to deprogram them from the trauma. So it's better if you got to shield them from the adult issues, then shield them from that, because they know and see everything.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
and they hold on that for dear life.
Well, yeah. I don't want. I hate condemning, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I think it's never too late to fix, but yeah, trauma is definitely, even when it's on the surface taken care of. You always have to be vigilant.
Yeah.
Of it. So.
Yeah, and I think now we just expose our kids to, and then society is exposing these kids to too much that they don't even need to know, see, or even think about. So we're pushing too much into these kids' heads, and it's hard to shelter them like in the past.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. So I think we all agree that while not ideal, that single mothers can raise boys to be good people, but they also need the support of the community. They need the influence of the male role models, the mentors, the family members, the people in the community. And so I think even if we recognize the reality, we also have to see that our responsibility now is far wider than just our family. I think that for now, seeing the scarcity of especially men in the community, I think that every man has a responsibility not just to be, father to your own children, but as far as you can, just to be that man that the children need, because we know that there's a lot more children out here who are growing up without that influence, that positive male influence. And even for the ones who, like you said, do have a father in their life, maybe their father is not the best father. Maybe the example they see from him is, maybe not the best. So it's important also for them to see examples of positive male role models. So even if they don't have that directly in their lives, they can still see, the possibility of that. Oh, wow. We have the great controversialist, Mwendetezi, in the house.
Hey, Tezi.
Hi, Tezi.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think we focus enough on the men who are doing the right things. We don't see, like you were telling the other kid that he wanted to be a mechanic, and you're trying to mentor. We don't see those pictures enough.
BJ. Yeah, I think Tezi was trying to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, but so the general agreement is that while there is a need for the father, women can still raise sons into responsible men. So yes, that's where we are now. So go ahead, Tezi.
Yeah, I disagree with. I don't know if that's the general consensus. I disagree with all of you guys. Like,
okay.
I don't know.
Yes, you had
to. Yeah, but it's true though. You guys, I think you guys are gaslighting people here, gaslighting kids, really, because you're saying it's not because of your mother, it's because you're insecure. I don't know. That's just gaslighting children who feel that there is something missing in their life and probably searching for it outside. It is natural. Let me tell you something. When a child reaches the age of 7 to 8, they look at their mother, and especially if he's a son, they look at their mother and it clicks to them that you're not like me. It clicks like you are not like me, and that just changes everything. And that's the time where the father is needed. So when you say that the mother can just give all the advice and she just needs to connect and she just needs to build trust. It's not about trust. It's just the fact that the child realizes, especially a son, he realizes that you are not like me.
Right.
And that's a powerful realization. That's a very important time. Is it a point in a child's development when they start to realize that this? So this is the time when he sees the father, if there is a father figure. He sees the father and he see that you're like me. And that's when the father figure.
How was it that Shaq's mom was able to raise him and help him with his? So many single mothers who have had outstanding children, but based upon your definition, that's not possible.
Shaq's stepdad was there. That's why he did that song, "Phil is my father," because my biological didn't bother. Not saying ain't no mothers ever did nothing. I'm just saying you probably should have used Kevin Durant. I'm just joking with you. But yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah. You're right. But was it Tez? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is.
So let me ask you this, right? I get what you're saying. You're right. At some point, there's going to be things that you're going to think are exclusive to you as a male, as a young boy. But that's just in your mind. So you as a young boy, you're thinking these issues are exclusive to you as a boy, and they can only be solved by the advice of a man. But is that really the case? Or like, give me a example of something. Okay, when it clicks, the boy is going to realize mother is not like me, and where that's going to actually be a problem that can't be solved by the mother or with the mother's guidance.
Can I add to that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Monetezi? Okay, go ahead. I'll go after you.
Oh, should I answer? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Here's the thing. It's not, the problem is that the son, yes, you as a mother, you can probably say the same words as a man will say. You probably, and it will still not have the same impact as a man telling it to his son. It's not going to, you might even say the same words, but it's not going to have the same impact. You see, there will always be that doubt. They will always, and that is something that happens in all. It's just natural. So this thing where a woman can just say the words to the son, or maybe even read a book or go to something and then say it, it's not going to work. Most of the time it doesn't work. That's just a fact. Most of the time it will not work.
Most of the time. Okay. See, those are better words. When you say it doesn't work or it can't work, that's where, see, this is where I run into my problem. It becomes like the definitive sometimes, as if it has to be this way or else it's all doom and gloom. But the reality just shows that that's not the case. We see it. And I would say this, like, here in America, right, we look at statistics and we see, like, the men who get locked up and go into like crime and issues, and we look at the home and say, oh, these guys come from single parent homes, and we think that's it. Okay, the father is gone. That's where the problem was, right? But no one ever looks at the actual home that the child was in. Right. You have to look at, okay, what was mom doing in the home? Who mom allowed to come to the home? What type of activities was going on in the home? It's not just that. It's not just that dad was gone.
If I could just add to what you guys were saying, I kind of agree with a little bit overall with Monetezi. So, I mean, we should normalize single parenting, of course, but overall, like if you look at society with single parenting, majority, if you look at it, whether it's boys or girls, right? Where's the trend? What's happening? You see them locked up, or you'll see them, going into the LGBTQ community. They're just lost, I think, for most part, especially like in the States. You can see that, they're promoting that. And now it also has to do with the society, what's being advertised to us. So when you don't have a balanced man and woman in the household raising a child, and you're only hearing one voice, one side, it's definitely a downside. I'm not saying that women haven't done a great job being single, single mothers. There are some great mothers, of course, but also behind that, it also depends how the mother was raised, what's her background. Like, if she was also a single mom, if she was raised as a single, by a single mom or a single father, that will impact her as well when she's raising her child as well. So it's like a trend. So we don't want to normalize that trend, because it's not in a positive side. Out of 10, maybe 2-3 single mothers, like somebody said Shaq, or somebody like, you see these stars, but really, and like, is that the example we're going to use? 1 out of a million, so I can see, well, like, even growing up here in the West, I used to go, a lot of my classmates, and I'm not generalizing, it's not for everybody, don't take it the wrong way what I'm about to say, but I used to have a lot of classmates that were Somalians, you know, that were also Caribbean, right? And I noticed that a lot of the Somalians, the fathers were not in the household. To be honest, they were there, but they were not there for their sons. And so a lot of these, especially, like, I was in Toronto area at that time, and you see them into drugs, and you see them, just doing whatever they want on the street. Majority of them. And because the father wasn't in the house. So sometimes the mom she could do her best to be tough and whatnot, but you need that male. You need that to tell where you know what I mean? So I'm not saying they can't do great as a single mom, but we should not normalize it. We should not emphasize on that. Sometimes that does happen. It has happened. And there's a lot of, it's not just, you can't just blame the female for making that choice to be single. It's also society, the government, your surrounding, your area, men being locked up, separation, being given funding to be single. They're actually paying them to stay, at that moment, did that mother make that right decision? But maybe she was struggling, and then she had to take the funding from the government and follow that, right? So many things that add up to where we're at. But I think we need to step back and follow the traditional value of the 60s, the 70s, when we both had our parents and raising our children. Yeah.
Now, think about this, right? The present is a product of the past. So if the past was perfect, right, and was working, you would think the present would be okay, right? But obviously, that's not the case. So you can't say, okay, the families of the 70s produced better quality, right? Because here we are discussing this, right? But
well, they did. But remember, the government, you have to.
You're leaving something very huge out there, and yes,
the crack era.
Exactly, because the thing is when you sit up there and say, yes, we need men in our lives. We need men and women to raise our children. But when that crack came down, it devastated.
And they didn't care if you came from a two-parent household.
Around help with the children, auntie, it messed up everybody. So you when you neglect to say the environment and how the guns were dropped into these same communities. I mean, and I'm just saying the bad communities. Now, what happened after that is, because here's the big time dope dealer driving the Mercedes Benz, making money, dropping bands all over the place. That means every other guy said, I want that same kind of woman. So that means their value went up and the women value went down, because women start accepting all kinds of behavior, lowering their standards just to get somebody, even if they wasn't looking at the dope dude. And the men start saying, well, I'll have to be, he's not involved. So it was a pattern. It's never just one thing. But now we're going to float it through just being single parents, and they're destroying. It was a whole lot of people need to take some ownership to why we're in the condition we're in right now.
And this is why I say, even with the statistics, and I heard what you said about, the Somali kids, but honestly, you can't even say if the fathers was around, it would have been any different, because again, I grew up, let me say this.
Let me tell you.
I grew up with my father in the home. A lot of my friends grew up with their father in the home, right? Didn't make us we were out getting in trouble, I mean, we didn't become drug addicts, but when I really look back, the kids who fared the worst, it wasn't simply that they had a single parent. One single parent who was available was on drugs or was too busy. But I had friends who actually had a mother in the home and got in less trouble than we did. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that mother was present. That mother had a support system. That mother, and listen, I'm not religious, but a lot of times it was because that mother had she was grounded in some type of, I'll say religion or something like that. So I can't. It's just
You have
nothing.
a point where you're saying, I don't, sorry to interrupt you. You have a point where you're saying, but see what you said, strong foundation, the mother, whatever she was grounded in, value, all these things that you're mentioning. But, you know, the thing is, it also in the West, you know, you got to pay your bills, you got to do this. So two parents working, especially immigrants, right? So there's a lot of factors as well. Like the main thing is to have that communication with your child from a young age, from 2 years old, you know, as soon as they learn to speak English or whatever, have that
support system that you guys have. Because like in my community, it was always auntie, grandma, you know, even, you know, like people let the kids out and the neighbors will keep an eye on all the kids. So you had a support system. And it didn't cost you money.
And see, BJ, what you're saying, that's important. Like even in Africa, with the way we raise, like, you know, we have in an African family, it's typical, you know, in my country, it's typical to have 10, you know, up to 15 children in one family, same husband and wife, right? But it's not like we don't have everything, you know, growing up. You grow up poor, but the love is there, and then it's the village around you, to your grandmother, your aunt, your neighbor looks over your kids. So we've got that. Even though the father, not to be honest, even like in Africa, the fathers, I don't even think the fathers are as present at home because they're busy working, they're farming or whatever. It's really the mother that grounds the child at home.
Listen,
but it's not only the grandmother, but you got the grandfather, you got the uncle, you got the surrounding. So, and then you've got that respect. So everybody also, if I beat your child, your neighbor beats your child, that's normal, you know? So, but here it's like, don't touch my child, don't talk to my kid like that. You don't even talk to your neighbors, right? So it's the environment of individualism, which is not really
Which is a repercussion of the 80s, because bang, bang, shoot them up, going up and down the streets, and everybody took the kids and hit them in the house.
And you see that, and see how the connection.
We lost that connection with the neighbors.
Right. But you see what you're mentioning, BJ, like the connection between, see how we raise our kids in Africa and how the 70s and 80s were, you know, how Black people were raising their family. So that, to, you know, like we have that link. That's how we're the same people, the way we raise our children. But as we get assimilated with the West, more assimilation happens, right? Like you're trying to, who controls the, you know, media and what you advertise. All these things affect our environment, right? So we try to be more like, you know, the West. Not wanting, but it's just the way things are being pushed in your face. So,
but you know,
so that's part of the problem.
I think we romanticize stuff without necessarily looking deep into the nuances of the reality. Like, let's say, okay, 2-parent household. I get the idea. The idea is you're in a 2-parent household, which offers more security, more economic resources, more love, more support, right? But those are the key elements that have to be there. It isn't the quantity of parents, it's the quality of parenting. Yes. And I say this all the time, right? It's not the number of parents, because if you take 2 parents living in poverty who are struggling, making minimum wage, and they have to work 12 hours a day each to try to make ends meet, they're leaving them kids alone. Those kids are going to be, and they're in a bad community, neighborhood with a lot of violence and drugs. Those kids are going to be left alone, and they're going to be subject to the same things that that child growing up in that same neighborhood with one parent is subject to, and the outcomes are likely to be the same.
Yeah, but the flip of that, what you're saying, the flip of that is what you're saying is, you know, a single mother raising a child might, you know, she might feel she needs to keep an eye on her son, daughter, because of the environment she's in and this and that. But if she has to work 2 jobs, 3 jobs to make ends meet, who's watching her kid? You know, so that's why, you know, I know you're saying it can be but it's not something we want to normalize. We want to praise.
See, this is what you're saying, though. This is what you're saying. See, what you're saying is what you mean. I think you mean that a child needs someone present, which means the mother needs resources and needs support and security. And you imagine that a guy the father being around will offer that, and therefore all of that will fall into play. And if
Not
it does,
necessarily.
then great.
No,
If it does, then great. But
not necessarily. I'm not saying that. I know, like, I mean, that's great. Ideally, that's what we want.
so I know you're not saying just the male being present without offering anything. Yeah, never mind that let's say he's just a deadbeat guy.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
I'm not like traditional. What I'm saying is overall, it's necessary to have a father and a mother that
But
are
what's
present
necessary
for
about
kids.
the father, though?
100% necessary. Listen, let me tell you something about. I'll share something with you. I have, like, you know, I was raised with both my parents, right? But my dad had a big role to in my life, right? So because of what our mom was there too, but she wasn't really much of a communicator to tell us this and this and that. She loved us, yeah, but it was more my dad that was more influence in our decisions in life, right? So as a man, you know, he would say to me, okay, you know, marriage before this and that, but at the same time, look after yourself, make sure you have an education, make sure you know what I mean, you know, we have these values. He's an African, you know, so things that, like, you know, giving you confidence as a female to choose wisely when you choose a mate, all these
If
things.
your
So
dad does that, that's great. But it's what your dad did. It's not just that he was a man, that's what he did. Right? But everybody's father doesn't do that.
No. Definitely the fact that he's a man has a lot to do with it. Do you think if I was raised with 2 women, I would turn out you know what I mean? What do you call it? Like, what do you mean? Definitely because he's a man.
I guarantee you.
Perfectly fine.
Definitely because he's a man, not because I was raised with 2 women or 2 men.
I guarantee you, if your dad, the same guy, he's a male, he has all biologically a male, but he was on drugs, he was an alcoholic, and he abused everybody, and he offered you no advice, then your outcome would have been different. It doesn't matter if he's a male. That's what I'm telling you.
Listen, why are we focusing on that? Why are we focusing on, like, what's the percentage of that, right? What percentage of that is? If we make decisions from what...
Just a second so I can say something. I'll unmute you just as soon as I'm done. Theo, I have to say, you seem very to have a very low view of men. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that way. Everything you said about men is just, I think, the worst case scenario. But, you know, there are men like that. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying that if we look at they are terrible men. They are toxic parents and so on. But my question to everyone was this: how important is the father in preventing, the bad behavior in the children? Firstly, as a disciplinarian, and also as his presence in the house. Theo, you said that, the mother can have the resources and all that, and sounds to me like she doesn't need a man. We talk about, I don't need a man. Well, the father, I don't know if it's just about resources providing. We're talking about the physical presence of the man in the house as being necessary, because you can have a woman and she can have all the resources, but she says she doesn't need a man. So is the father in the house important? And, and why? So I'll go ahead and unmute you. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. We cannot let people off the hook just saying, all you have to do is show up. This is basically the bottom line of what I'm saying. Your actions matter. You being a guy, a male with biological features of a male is just not enough. You have to actually operate in a way that's conducive to the well-being of your children. You can't show up in the house, not work, sit on the couch, use drugs, be an alcoholic, talk to people the way you want to. So I know that happens, and this is why we think it's welfare is the reason why some women end up single, but that's not the case. A lot of these women take these programs because they were in a situation that wasn't conducive to their well-being, and so they have to do what they have to do for their survival, right? And there should always be a way out. Like, people shouldn't be beholden to people who abuse them. Not all men are abusive, but the reality is it happens. And when that happens, you can't excuse it just because you're a male. Just because you're a male and you showed up, it doesn't matter.
After Theo is done, let's have Tezi have a word, and then Brother Bakari Todumela, and then we'll get back to the two of you. So Tezi, and then BJ, and then Sanuti and Theo, and then we'll go around again. Mwende Tezi.
Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, so I disagree with my brother Theo. I think simply a father just showing up is enough. I think I think that does way more to a child's psychology. Just seeing the father, just that, and just seeing that's more than enough than an invisible father. That's just I don't. I think that's a fact. I think also that if you're a single mother or a single parent, your child is at a huge disadvantage. That's also a fact. I feel like a single parent household, your child is in a huge disadvantage to the ones who have two parents. Yeah, there are just so many things psychologically that a father gives, just his presence. He doesn't even have to say anything. That's just his presence there. They are so, it might even be mysterious. There are just so many things that goes on to the mind of a child that they can process. They're allowed that they can now process because the father is there. They can study the father. They can, all these things that they need to do as a developing child. But if you deny this, they're going to seek it somewhere else. That's a huge chance they will, because that's just nature. Like, it's just part of development. It's just a written part of development. So yeah, I think a father who stays is better than even if he's like, I don't think there's any father, first of all, who wants their child who will teach their child negative things. I think they are very rare.
You really believe that?
Yes, I don't think it's common. I think a bad father will leave. A father who stays to raise their child, I think rarely do they even want to teach their child anything negative. Because even a drunkard father, he'll probably don't want his child to end up a drunk. That's just, it's just so many, it's rare. I don't think it's something that is common. That a bad father probably won't be there. The father who stays and wants to raise the child is definitely a plus. I don't think so. To me, I'm all about quantity, because the child needs to process this. There are things that the child needs to process. He needs to process the mother, which he has been processing since he was a child. And there is a way he sees his mother, but he needs to see his father and just see him. And obviously, if a child gives him or gives his son advice or something like that, that's a plus. But just his presence allows the child to process a lot of emotions, a lot of thoughts, a lot of questions that he should have as a child. So that I think guys need to. There's a book called the Denial of Death. It talks about the development of a child very well, especially a son, and it tells you all these things that a child needs to process before they become mature. Otherwise, they will have to look for it somewhere else. Now, I'm not saying that a single parent cannot raise a great child, but it will take even a longer process for that child to process these things. They'll probably make a lot of mistakes, then learn from them. It's like the hard route. They'll take a longer route, or the hard route to being the complete man that they could have been easily if the father was just there and they could just observe. I don't think children take after sons just because you have maybe a father with a negative character, maybe your father drinks too much, or that you're going to immediately take up that behavior. I think in the end of the day, you have men all over the place. They judge their fathers like, no, you know what, that thing he did, it wasn't good. They will come up with their own conclusions. They're not stupid. They can see negative behavior. They can judge, and nobody has perfect parents anyway. It's very rare to have perfect parents, but you need to be able to look at your two parents and process everything that the world, because you're going, everything that you need to process, all the thoughts that you need to have, all the questions that you need to ask, all you need to see them, to ask the right questions. You need to see them. You need to see the dynamics. There's a lot of things you just need to see as a developing man. Let me be specific to a man because that's what I know. But you need to see those things. And and if you don't have those things, somebody who doesn't have those things, it's very clear. You can see it. And maybe my brother here, maybe you've never missed those things, so you don't know that. You don't see them. You don't look at them as serious, or you don't see them as relevant. But it just happens. You just see it even in little young boys, toddlers. You just see the way they react when there's a man around and when there's no man around. It's just, there is a lot of things that go in through their mind. There's a lot, so you can't deny that, and it's very important. That's all. Yeah, basically, that's all I have to say.
But Tezzy, I mean,
sorry, Brother Bakari is next. Brother Bakari.
Okay. Did I hear? I hope I heard. Hopefully, I didn't. Did I hear Tezzy say, "As long as the father is there, it doesn't make a difference. Just long as he show up."
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
yeah.
I wouldn't agree with that because the father can show up drunk and abusive. I understand what you mean by the importance of the father, but I also understand what the brother said when he was like, shit, sometimes that two-parent household is extremely toxic. And the father is just there. He ain't doing what he's supposed to do. He's just there. The brother, he's not pushing for single parenthood, but I understood exactly what he meant. Sometimes it is the father is just there, and it caused a lot of confusion, and it caused a lot of. Did y'all see that movie? I can't think of the name of that movie right now. It was a Tyler Perry movie with Angela Bassett, and her son went pro out of high school.
Meet the Browns.
Yeah, but you remember his father? He wasn't around at all. But as soon as he announced that he was going pro in basketball, then here comes the father, right?
And he saw all the trauma and pain his mother went through.
That his mother
trying
was
to just beg for $25 out of this.
Yep. And that, you know, and that's the thing. When the brother said something about it wasn't always welfare and food stamps, the reason the mother chose, since she was getting herself out of a bad situation. That's true too. Sometimes I think we are filled with excuses, and black men, it's time for us to accept responsibility. Right? I'm not saying the system, they have not put a system in place against us, right? And you know, my boy Forecast in the chat, he probably gonna say something slick about me. But even when I hear people, you know, down to the point of when we talk about school to prison pipeline, or the drugs they put in the community and the guns they put in the community. And what I ask, this is something this is a conversation we had. So what's worse, the drugs they put in the community or the guy I saw selling drugs to his mama? You understand? I would say the guy that sold drugs to his mama is worse than the drugs they put in the community. So my thing is, I'm not saying there's not a system against us, but I think black men, I think we have to step up and accept accountability, because if every time we fall, we say, look what they did to us. In one breath is look what they did to us. The next breath, it's we did this and we did that and we the first and we superior. But look what they did to us. So it make it seem like we're stupid.
It don't match up.
Yeah, whatever white people give us, we fall for it. I'm the first to say I'm 50 years old. My generation dropped the ball. I'm one of the few people that will say that my generation literally dropped the ball. We know, see, because there was no war on drugs. It was a war on black people, right? And I understand why there was an underground economy in our community. The underground economy was there because people was hungry. People was poor. Like the sister said, they want the flashy car. They want the nice girl. They want all that. But out of all that, we didn't accept responsibility and say, even though we're doing that, let's show our young men something different. Let's keep this side of the community clean. Let's let them know the Richard Shermans who played football, who's a future Hall of Famer, right? He said he wanted to be a gangbanger. You know who sent him home every day? Was the OG from the gang. No, you smart. You play football. You ain't for this. Like, go back home. Say, well, walk him home to his mama. Look, your son, he shouldn't be out here. We gonna make sure he ain't out here.
And by the grace of God, he had him. Because if that guy wasn't there, what would have happened to Sherman?
Look at Serena Williams' father, right? Say the Bloods used to, the Crips used to beat him up every day, taking his daughters, even though I don't like them no more, but taking his daughters to teach them tennis every day. till one day one of the OGs from the crib say, you here every day, ain't nobody gonna bother you no more. And if you gonna have that economy, and if you gonna live like that, protect the ones and look out for the ones that's not. That's responsibility, and that's what I think a lot of our men lack. See, our women too. But it's just talking about, can single mothers raise a boy? No, but when they come up, the boy gonna be a man. What man is he seeing as an example?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get a mic on that.
Beautiful. You know, you guys are blessed. You have fathers who loved you, who was present even when they weren't present. Both of you guys knew that your father loved you. I've seen the opposite. The man was there, but he was a narcissist. So whatever he needed mattered. Right. From abusing the mother. So my thing is, with the man in the home like that, what kind of examples is it teaching the daughters? Okay, it's okay to be hit. Mama got hit. The sons, it's okay to beat women because that's what my daddy did. So the thing is that yes, we need our fathers there present. You know, no one's perfect. We understand life can hit you hard. Your job is a headache, but be present as much as you can. But again, put the kids first. Because just having two entities in the home and nobody's communicating, what is that teaching the children?
Right.
It's I can live with somebody, but I got my bins out there, so life is good. You know, I'll just have my side piece over there that's gonna make me happy. So what is that? Then they're gonna have broken homes. Even if the homes have mother, father, it's gonna be broken because their morality is broken. And no one's talking about, again, we know destruction that happened to our communities. And we got to figure out a way to try to stitch this stuff back up, because the media, society is hitting harder and harder trying to take our babies out. Yeah. So if it's a single mother who could do a great job and got the support system to build some strong men and some strong women and push it on, I'm for that. If it's a couple who have the loving children who are showing them the way to navigate through all this madness, I am for that. I'm for whatever works. And we can't put anything into like one little bucket, because right now, maybe if you said this back in the 60s or 70s and we changed our mindset, then maybe we'll be a head start. But you're talking about now, 80% of the kids being raised in a single family. I'm not even saying male or female, single family household. Who you think is trying to raise your kids? The system. And they'll snatch them away from you before you even blink your eye.
Yes. And just to be fair for you guys, I think you also maybe taking the worst and comparing it, not to say that anybody approves of fathers who are just in the home, you know, doing nothing. Definitely not that. Just like to say that nobody is saying that all single women are just, you know, welfare recipients and lazy and all that. So no, we're not saying that. We're just saying that what is the structure that is best, you know, for taking care of the children.
Okay, that's a different question.
Yes.
Can I say one more thing right quick, Tanzania? Bro, let me say this right quick.
Yeah,
okay, I'm done. It ain't gonna take long. One more thing I want to say. Numbers, because I saw the one guy put numbers in the chat about numbers have proven, and they did the article in 2018, that Black men actually spend more time with their kids than any other man. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I read that myself. Yep.
Yeah, that's great.
So, but this is why.
But we don't see a flashlight on those guys. And that's the other problem, because now our young kids don't see that the men are present, that they're making an effect in their children's life, that they're raising strong, mindful children. We focus on they keep us focused on all the wrong stuff.
No, what that proves is it don't matter how much time you're spending with a kid. It matters the substance that goes into what you're instilling in the kids. So if I'm, I don't have a job, and I'm not, trust me, I'm not down. I'm just looking at like I'm trying to look at things in a practical way, right? If I don't have a job, I use drugs, I'm violent, I'm running the streets, but I make time in my day to go hang out with my son. And when I'm hanging out with my son, I got a gun on me, I got this on me, or I'm taking around my homeboys and we talking trash and this and that. We ain't being constructive. So yeah. So
but that's not realistic,
like,
though.
What's that?
That's not realistic situation.
No, it is. Okay, yeah, I heard you say this earlier. I heard you say that earlier. Look, I'm in the United States of America, and what I know is there are people who take their lifestyle, as destructive as it is, as a badge of honor that they will happily pass down to their son as if that's an introduction into manhood.
Yep.
So
that child
you
coming in
can't
the
tell
house
me
with a gun on the table every day.
You can't tell me that's not. Some guys will pass their son a beer at the age of 10 years old and tell them it'll put hair on their chest. And listen, I'm not just trying to criticize. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to look at things in a practical manner and not just get caught up in these ideals, because I get the ideal is that you'll have two parents and those parents have the resources that they need and the wisdom that they need to raise those kids the right way, right? That's the ideal, right? So I'm not saying like it doesn't matter. I'm just saying a woman, to answer the question, right, that a woman can do it, right? And then if you look at reality and you compare some of these single women who are raising or have raised young men and women, boys and girls to be young men and women, some of them have done an excellent job. Now, what all went into that, I can't be exactly sure, but I imagine there was a lot of support there for those women. Those women were raised right themselves, had the right ideas, about where they wanted to go with their life. Also, I've seen two-parent households raise some terrible people, right? Some of the worst atrocities this world has ever seen have come from people who were raised in two-parent households. And I'm talking about leaders that go from like leaders of nations all the way down to people who hanging on the street corner.
And why do you think that is? Just a quick question to you. Like, why do you think?
Because
being raised by two parents, and you said you've seen the worst case scenarios. Like, what do you think the reason behind that is?
Because the substance of what's being taught in the house. Some people come from racist households, right? So imagine if your father's racist, your mother's racist, they both in the house and they're instilling racism in you. You grow up and you become powerful. Guess what? You got the power to enact some racist laws or some type of agenda that's going to affect a lot of people, and it's going to be horrible for society. If your parents are drug addicts, right? This is their lifestyle. This is what they like to do. They have fun. When you around as a kid, you running around the kitchen table, they smoking and getting high, right? This is what they do. This is what's fun to them, right? And you see it. You see your parents laughing, having a good time. It isn't until they get older and you're now a teenager and you've adopted this stuff that you see, damn, my parents don't got no teeth in their mouth. But by this time, you're already indoctrinated into that. And maybe when your parents are older, now they looking back like, wow, we were some wild young kids and we fucked our, excuse my language, we messed our kids up. Now it's too late to change it. So it's all about the substance. That's why I say we romanticize the idea without looking at the substance. Like you have to look at like what people do, not necessarily just showing up. And it's almost like it's a culture to think that all you have to do is have a position and you don't have to serve. Right. And that's almost like in our culture to a degree, where you think people take these positions, whether it's fatherhood, whether it's being a mayor, governor, president, or whatever. People think that all they have to do is get the position. Right. And that's it. No, whatever position you have, it matters how you operate in that position. It's not just show up and people can just feed off of you and through osmosis. Well, through osmosis, you can learn some bad things, but how you act, how you operate, it matters. That's just me. That's my opinion. So I think that people do have to be taught. Young men have to be taught. It's not enough to just show up.
Yeah,
You
because
actually
you can
have to
easily just
instill.
get married to the wrong man, and you could say I'm married and there's two people in the household, but is that going to be better for the child?
Right.
So statistically, if I just put it out there, would we say that because you mentioned, having two parents, being in drug addicts and this and that, is that more common with two parents, you would say, or would that be more common as a single parent?
I get what you're saying. And so I would think, okay, what's coming is when you got one parent, that the economic situation isn't going to be as good, right? A lot of times. So you have one parent, the economic situation is messed up. That parent lives in a bad neighborhood, right? And then if what contributed to that person being single is behavior which wasn't conducive to a relationship, then of course that behavior continues to go on in the household. So there's a lot of nuances. That's why I say you have to look at not just how many people are in the house, but what actually happens in the house. But to answer your question, statistically, it would seem that yes, single households gonna produce more delinquents. But I just don't think it's just a matter of the father being there or not. I think it's the activity that goes on in the house and a whole lot of other things that makes the difference in the child's life.
And in the community that they live in, if they live in an impoverished community,
right.
if the school system is messed up, because again, you would not bring in the factor of the schools. Right. Johnny raised his head 5 times in class. He's being directed. He has ADD. I'm putting him, I'm sending him to the counselor. See, it's other factors that we're not adding into all this.
Yeah, exactly. You have to add all of
them. And
it.
if you don't add them all in, you're going to say it's because it's a single parent or it's because of the neighborhood. Because again, a lot of people come from poor communities and have created success. So it's not necessarily always that. It's when you bring all those factors in together and you have to weigh them all in and out.
And if we don't take that into account, all we gonna do
both positive, wanting to be their loving family, mother and father. That's the ideal. But for a lot of people, that ideal is only a dream that they can see when their eyes are closed.
Right.
So then what do we do now?
Right. Because if you go further enough in history, you look at it, men were out away from the home, earning and gathering resources and stuff like that. And as long as that woman had the resources and she could mother, right, and her intentions were good, she was raising young kids to grow up, be healthy, and everything else. So women have always been more present and more responsible for the rearing of kids than men, I think. Men traditionally have just provided resources, which created a security situation for the woman and child to grow healthily, right? And then the community also gets involved in that whole process. So it all kind of comes together in that sense, right? So I'm not saying a man doesn't have an important role to play, but he has to play the important role for him to be of value. He can't just be a man that just shows up and think that, I'm here, so be happy. You're lucky I'm here.
Yeah, and because of the economics with $3,000 a month in rent, is forcing people to start saying, "Oh, I'm in love with you. You're my dream. I want to marry you because I need help with this rent." So you're starting to see more people are coming together now versus before. Hey, I'm making bank. I don't need nobody help.
Let Tezi speak afterwards. And also, let me also say this before Tezi goes. Also, while we're talking about it, we talk about the man's responsibility. A man does need to take care of his children and so on. And earlier, we talked also about the woman, since we see that it's the woman who is going to end up with the majority of the work, whether she's married or not, as Theo said. Do you think that we should expect women also, take women's as accountability in choosing their partners, or do you think that that's mutual choice? But before I do that,
Okay. First of all, I understand that there are many other factors to consider, but the factor that we're talking about today is the single parent, like whether a single parent or a parent or what, or double parent. I don't
It's
know,
one question.
full household. Yeah, but my point is that all these things that you talked about, content, you talk about the quality of whatever the parenting. Obviously, that matters. That obviously it matters, but yeah, you gave an example of the guy who smokes, or the people who teach their children to do drugs or something like that, or to all this stuff.
Racism.
Yeah. But is this, as Senuti put it, is this a common thing in the single? It's not. These are outliers. These are, and this is not common. And then the question of economics in Africa, there's a lot of poor people. There's a lot of poor people in with both parents, and they come out doing well, right? In the end of the day, I've met a lot of men who didn't like their fathers, or didn't like didn't like their fathers, because they do love their fathers, but they didn't like maybe what their fathers did or how their fathers went about doing things. But what you see in common with such men is that they are more determined. Like, you know what, I'm not going to this when it comes to my family. I'm not gonna do what my dad did. I didn't like that. Or they are more in their own determined. And that is much better. A bad father, to me, is much better for a man to come up with his own principles and to in life than a man who has an invisible father.
Wow.
No, that man, that
so
guy.
So you're saying behavior doesn't matter. You're saying how people behave in society has no relevance. Like, so as long as a man is a man, it sounds like we're just talking about.
I'm not celebrating. Let me make my point. Yeah, let me make my. I'm not celebrating bad fathers, but I'm saying that an invisible father is the worst. That if you're looking at the spectrum, if you're looking at that spectrum, the farthest end is the invisible father. The other ones, at least you give your son a chance to process what they want in life. They will be more confident in who they are on. You know, it's just a fact. Even if it's a dad who, and those outliers who maybe teach their children not to smoke or give their children alcohol, or maybe the economic factor. I don't think.
I'm in the United States, by the way, so you got my circumference of awareness may be a little different from yours.
Yeah. Tezzy, I mean, you guys are blessed that you still have those strong morals and foundation, and people know their roles over there. We're here. It's a wild, wild west, and everything goes. And
drugs are
the system it created this monster that we're living in.
I understand what Monetezi is saying, you know, in the African way of raising the fathers and so forth, what he's saying. I kind of see what you're saying, Monetezi, but to be honest with you, and you mentioned this previously too, that, you know, we don't really speak, we're not brought up to speak how we feel in an African household, right? You're as a child, you respect your parents regardless. You know, put your head down. Don't even raise your eyes when you're talking to them, right? That's who we were raised. But if I could just say to you that having a male figure in the household is great, but if just having any male figure in the household, if he's being abusive to your, because I have cousins like that. You know, I have my cousins, you know, that were raised in Africa. That, you know, we talk about these things and. You know, yeah, the father was a good businessman, you know, working, financially providing for the family, but emotionally he was not there. He didn't know how to communicate. If you brought a failed grade to, you know, and whatnot, you got the beats. He would actually hang his children, you know, like this is my cousin. He would tie his leg upside down and beat him. Fear. So and then he was like a 6, 7, 8, 9, around that age, right? So this is a constant fear that you have of your father figure, and you're not really communicating. So it affects you when you grow as an adult. It does affect you because you've got all that hidden emotion, or maybe even hate sometimes, right? So I do not agree having any father in the household, What if that father was sexually abusing the child? You know, that does happen. I mean, we don't talk about these things in an African household. It's not common, but it does happen, right? So what do we say? Just keep quiet, put it under the rug, and not talk about it? So I think it's important. It's very important what we say and we vocalize in regards to a father figure. Just having any father figure, I disagree with that. I would have no father at all if I'm going to have a mute father or just disrespecting my mother, just coming in financially providing to us, but he's not really there as a tool. So that's just like having, that's even worse actually than having a father.
It's better to keep searching for food and starve for a while than it is to eat poison.
Yeah, yes. I thank God every day that my invisible father never came into my existence.
DJ, Theo, let's welcome Brother Focus. And before we welcome him, Maria Antoinette, that is a hilarious joke. Maria Antoinette, that's funny. I would say it out loud, but that's hilarious. It's on the screen. So welcome, Brother Focus.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
How y'all doing? All right, what's going on, everybody?
Oh, we're doing good.
Nah, yeah, I just want to say this real quick to answer the question. I agree with the brother. Like, there are some cases where like a no father is better. Like, I knew a young, like somebody I used to talk to when I was younger. You know, her father used to like violate her. You know what I'm saying? Like on some other stuff. So like, there's definitely problems in the Black community that we can't overlook. And sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Because like you can always have, but I do think a child needs a male figure in their life, you know what I'm saying? Like for me, like in my personal case, you know, my father and my mother, they was married, but I have an older sister who's like older than me, and my father wasn't necessarily as there for her as much. And he's the same person, but she grew up, went to group homes, you know, got in trouble a lot, you know, and you know, it was just kind of in the streets, living in whatever, you know. And I would say though, you cannot undersell that the man's role, because yeah, you're right. Like the behavior is a key factor in it, you know what I'm saying? But so is the mother, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, yes, like behavior is like a key factor in all of it. But you know, assuming that, you know, like, because that's another important thing for a man that a man can do for his son is teach him how to deal with women, how to talk to women, how to deal with the right women, so that you're having children with somebody who's not going to be a problem when you having kids, or a bad mother. You like, men teach younger men how to discern and talk to women, and like, I'm sorry, but sometimes you can't get the best advice you're going to get is from somebody, another male, and you can provide that like with a mentoring service. So like, yeah, you can do that kind of stuff, but like I don't think you should undersell the father's role, because even when you say,
that's not what it's about though.
Right. But yeah, I'm saying, like, even when you said like the father went away, it was that what he was providing for the family that allowed the mother the space to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That was my point. He didn't have to be there, but the substance was there. So that's what I'm saying. It's about the substance. And I think people are taking what I'm saying. It's not about male versus women with me. And I don't have a low opinion of men. I think there are great men in this world, but I do not think a man is inherently good just for showing up. I just don't believe that. I think people have to be judged by their merit. How they behave, what they do, how they operate matters. You don't just show up and then, you know, that's it. You know, I don't think women are better than men. I don't think men are better than women. I think if a man had a child and his intentions was good and the woman was violent and behaved bad, and he could take that child and go off and raise that child away from that, I think he would be justified in doing that also. So I don't want people to think that my stance is that I have a low view of men, or that, you know, the woman is better for the child than a man, or no, it's not about.
No, Theo, we don't think that. I think your position is that it's not enough just to have the presence of a man in the house. It's not just having him there is just, solves the problem. I think that he has to go further than that. And also you're saying that having a man there who is, not a good father can actually be dangerous to the child.
It can be yes.
Harmless, but also dangerous. So I get your point.
Yeah, but but I propose this.
sorry.
Before
Let's give Carrasco a chance to.
Okay. Before Carrasco, let me just say one. Yeah. Let me propose something. Because you made a point, Tanzan, about the woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when a bad father, a bad man, he doesn't become bad after you have a child. I don't think it doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't become bad after you have the child. He was always bad, and you have to question. You have to ask yourself a question like this. If the father is a bad father, chances of the mother being just as bad is also true. Or because they don't tell me, you cannot tell me that that man fooled me. I thought he was a good man, but he turned out to be a bad. Nah. You liked you. There was a part of you that liked that toxicity in the beginning.
But Tesla, you got to remember, some people are brought up in a toxic environment, and this is what they're used to, and it takes them a while to realiase.
So my point is that child already was. That is an outlier. That child was already screwed. It doesn't matter if he goes with the mother alone. It doesn't matter if the father is in there. That child is screwed. There is just because already he's not born to parents who already. So that's
from the beginning.
Yeah. There is not even whether there is a parent, there is a mother, there is a father, or there is no father. That one now requires a transplant.
Intervention.
Whole parent transplant.
And that's
let's
actually
Carrasco talk,
true.
And then we'll get back to everyone. Carrasco, go ahead. Welcome.
All right. Thank you. Greetings to everyone on the panel. And yeah, I appreciate what my African American brothers and sisters have been saying, and I agree with them to the extent that rather because I'm in the US right now and I understand where they are coming from. But so for me, I'm just here to give a little bit more perspective on a global black world. So I'll quickly go into history and give an example of basic communities. In basic African communities, the role of the man was to provide protection, and the role of the woman was to provide nurturing and some management of the community. And added to that, what we see in African societies is that we have women having their own power and men having their own power, and then there were different ways to ascend and to climb those ladders of power. Like these separate power structures might meet somewhere in the middle or somewhere at the top, but they were separate. And then finally, there was the issue of war, which was fought basically by men. So now, as a male child, you have to be initiated to fend for yourself. If you're a hunter or a fisherman, you have to join the men's group that do that. If you were going to be a soldier, or even if you were something else, when it came to time to fight, you need to be in that group, the men's group. And then finally, I think there were spiritual groups where women sometimes had the deities they worship separate from those that the men worship. So when you have a community like this, a girl child will have to go through the female path to power, to livelihood, to whatever is being taught in the female world. So all they come together, and so for the male too, there was this. So then, for a male child, there it was very vital that he had a father, or at least a male. If he was dead, then the father's brother became his mentor, and would put him through the line of work, spirituality, or power, or when it came to time of war. And so this, at the end of the day, built a balanced community. And so this is the context I just want to put out there. So for an African, it is very important that the father is in the life, or at least a father figure is in the life of a male child, because it comes with a lot of processes, a lot of responsibility on this physical sphere and even in the spiritual. And so that was very important. I know that in the US, you know, things are different, and then in modern times too, I would say that a woman can raise a man to be a woman can raise a boy child to be a good adult, and maybe even a man in a perfect world where there's no violence, and you know, everything is just everything is good. But where we have to fight, I'll give you an example. Like when I was young, there was a time when we woke up, our father would wake us up early in the morning, and the first thing he did was feign a punch or a kick. And he never hit us though, but if we blocked it well, he would say, yes, you are becoming a man. But if you were still sleepy, he would say, look at him, you're too slow or something like that. So he was preparing us to be aware and awake. And this was something my mom could not do. With all the awesome things that she could do for us, I just feel that in an African sense, and maybe even in the world of black men today, men need to be in the life of young boys, and we should even take the burden off of women of raising men by being there, as our brothers have said. I'll drop the mic for now.
Excellently said. I couldn't have said it better. Yeah, you raised a very good picture of what the roles and the duties of both the men and the women in the family was, and the main aim of that was to everybody was taken care of, especially the children. Everyone was protected, the weak, but the vulnerable, and everybody did their part. Everybody was a part of the community, and it was expected of them to, to be productive. And that's the ideal that we work towards, no matter the situation. Even when it comes to the single parenthood, whether a woman or a single parent can give, well, they can't give everything, but they can still make a good job of it. They can still teach a child basic values. But also, we should also emphasize the role of the community, both in the past and now. Even if you, as a mother, is raising children alone, you shouldn't be just alone. There are members in the community, like Brother Bakari was saying, about being mentors. You don't have to be, related to somebody. There are many children out here who just need an example, even if it's just an afternoon, even if it's just volunteering. There's still that part that we need to see the opposite of who we are. If you're a man, you need to know about women or be comfortable with them. Same thing with women. Even if you don't have that in your growing up, we should still provide that in the wider community. So yeah, thanks for that. Does someone want to respond or comment?
I just want to go back to selecting, to avoid all this too. At the beginning, as females, we do have a lot of say, and I think we have a lot of power in who we select as partners, right? So I think that part, it's so important, because you just don't you want to value yourself as a female. You want to, and as you should, so when you're selecting your mate, your partner, you just don't want to give yourself just like that, right? It's not free lunch. So so it's how you treat yourself. So if you treat yourself with class and dignity, and you value yourself, and then you say, you know what, I'm not going to have kids until I've met somebody that's going to match my needs or whatever. These conversations, it's not a bad thing to have. We can put sex on the back burner. We can be celibate. It's not a bad thing. We don't necessarily have to open just, for the average Joe. It's how we carry ourselves. Okay, in the past, there's a lot of things that could have happened. So going forward, how can we improve the family unit, right? So selecting a man that's responsible as much as possible. Once you're married, things can change, but at least you've gone that route. And so that does make a big difference, so that to avoid being single mother, to avoid having abortion, a lot of things that we could do as females before, because no one's gonna, this is just your relationship when you're choosing, right? Of course, there are instances that bad things can happen, but that's a very small percentage, rape and this and that. But overall, we have a lot we have a say in who we choose as partners. And so if we level up as females, even men, we all level up and even look back a generation back, you know? And so you got to understand these past 20, 30 years, a lot of things, especially in the West, a lot of things were made to divide us, especially the Black family unit. A lot of things, our environment, and it's not okay to be in that dysfunctional, environment, or just selecting. Like, we weren't like that. So I don't understand how even things are to this point now, right? So I think that has a big role in our and how things can come forward in the choices that we make.
I agree with my sister Seriti.
Excuse me. Let me say this right quick before you continue, my brother. Tanzan, thank you for letting me speak. Everybody on the panel, it was nice meeting y'all. Forecast, I didn't get to beat you up because I was on here with you long enough. But look, I got to go. We have a family meeting every Tuesday. I got to check in with the family meeting. Nice meeting everybody on here. Hopefully see y'all again.
Thank you. Definitely. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Team Black, one love.
Stay safe.
Always.
Be one.
Yeah. Okay, as I was saying, I agree with my sister Senuti, and she has actually put on a very serious point that I also want to add to that. How do you know that there's this assumption, and this is a story by society, really, as we can even see here as we talk, that the woman is innocent and the man is the toxic one, and the innocent woman chose the toxic man, and like, oh my God, that innocent woman was fooled, and like, and I disagree with this. I think a toxic man is much in society as it is today. A toxic man is much easier to detect because a toxic man is he did the it's more action oriented, but there are very many toxic mothers that you will never know that this is a toxic mother. It's not easy to detect toxic mothers, but they exist. You have many. If you look at people confessing, there are so many people like, hey, my mother was messed up. People coming out here that their mothers did such crazy things to them, and you'll never know when because society already assumes that women are innocent. That's why I always say that, as Senutia said, that when you say, oh, their perspective is that all women are good, or most women are good and they just choose bad men. I doubt it. I think women can tell a toxic man, and some women who are also toxic, they choose toxic men. And because and because now a toxic man in society is easy to detect, even their laws, you can just see. She comes out with maybe single mother, right? But the child is still in danger
because he's in a toxic home.
Yeah. So that's why
whether the father is there or not, it's the home is actually toxic.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my point.
I agree with that.
That's why I say you have to look at what's going on in the home, the activity, because sometimes it's not simply that she's single, it's that she's a toxic person. And she has a lot of toxic activity going on.
Yeah, but you see, that's my
point.
Yeah, I agree with your point. That's a fact. But now, if you look at the topic is, can single mothers raise sons or something? I can't see it here, but something about responsible sons or something. And when you look at the topic, it's just assuming that you have. When I was talking about having a father figure in the environment, I'm not specifically when you have talking about the children who are in both. Those are outliers. Those are children that cannot be discussed when they don't fall in the range of this topic, because we're talking about the importance of a father figure. That a father who is in the presence of his son's life, whether the mother, when you have toxic mothers and toxic fathers, that's just, I don't know, that's just another topic on its own. That's what I feel. I feel like toxic parents now together are just another, topic. Yeah, I feel like you can go deep in there, but yeah, those type of
it's important.
But the solution is not a single mother in that situation. That's what I'm saying. that in that type of situation, the solution is not single parenting. Yeah.
For me, I read the question as, can a mother do? Can being the operative word there. Can. Yes, she can. Is it the preferred method of raising a child? That's a different question, right? But again, like when they're talking about the statistics, that answers what you said kind of speaks more to that to me. I think sometimes it's not that the father is gone, it's that the woman who's in that house with the child is toxic herself, or she's bringing toxic elements into the house, i.e. she may have some brothers, the uncles, right, that are hanging out around the house, and maybe they're, you know, a bad influence, or some of her friends, or maybe it's her behavior itself. So it's not necessarily the person who's not even around. That person has no influence at all, right? So, but if the mother isn't toxic, all things, you know, are not perfect, but, you know, normal, it's possible. I think a woman can. I just think a woman can do it. Now, if she has help, and if that help is in the form of the father, her husband, someone who cares and loves her and loves the child and has the best interest of her and the child at heart, man, that's the best way to go. You know, but we can't just romanticize families as if all families are created equal that are two-parent households. It's just not the case. You know,
actually, I'm also agree with you. I'm against monogamous marriage personally.
Oh yeah, let's not even go there right now.
No.
Comment when you talk about toxicity amongst, you know, both men and women, and yes, we can agree that there exists on both sides people who are toxic, and maybe the single people, you know, the single mothers and the single fathers, and I'm including the single fathers too in this one because they're in the same situation, but maybe they are part of a toxic relationship and they realize that it might be better to be, you know, toxic alone than toxic together. So in that case,
but the child loses. The child loses.
It's like the chicken and the egg. What comes first?
Just to let you know, Neo, Mfaxa. Yes, so I'm a sister. Welcome. Good to have you. So, in terms of two people who cannot be in a relationship together, firstly, going back to what Seniti was saying about choice. When it comes to choosing a partner, even though it is a choice, you know, two people choose each other, I think that as women, we have a lot more to lose when we choose, you know, the wrong partner than men do, especially when it comes to the father of your offspring. Because especially if you choose to father, you know, to have children before you get married, you know, it's different if it's something like divorce or death or something like that, which, you know, you tried but it didn't work. But if you just go into it and have children, you know, for a woman, you have a lot more, you know, responsibility and work and all that, but especially the first maybe couple of years of the life. And that goes for married women as well. It's just a nature, you know, biology thing.
Yeah.
So
no, that's true. The burden is definitely heavier for women.
I'm a firm believer of you attract who you are. That's just
So even if you're a toxic person, at least, you know, try being in a toxic.
You shouldn't have kids.
No, because actually a lot of toxic
I don't know,
people
man.
do
I
not
don't
go
know.
for toxic people. They go for someone that they can control.
Well, okay.
That is true as well. So the baby cases where an innocent girl is trapped by a terrible devil.
That's the narrative of society. That's not
happen, though. Listen, sexual desire can lead you to make bad choices doesn't mean you're toxic and a bad person. But it can lead to a one-night stand that, you know, you wasn't judging the character of the person, or you weren't fully informed of the character of and it doesn't even have to be a one-night stand. You know, sometimes it takes a little while to get to know a person, but there's some type of attraction that keeps you right there, right? And then things happen. Not that you're a bad person, not that they're a bad person, but you know the decision wasn't based off of character.
You don't see the whole person until they're really exposed to who they really are.
You know, everybody thinks they're a good person. Even that person who is toxic, he thinks he's not a bad person.
True. That's true.
If they say they're a good person, you gotta
pass down toxic behavior.
If you're single, you're toxic. That's how you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I'm toxic. I
If you
accept my
attract toxic, you're toxic too. You just don't know you're toxic. You're just not being told because society is pandering to you as a woman, but you're probably just as toxic.
But listen, that's the point, right? Like what you just saying. So you were saying earlier, you don't think a bad parent will pass down bad behavior. Sometimes those toxic parents don't think they're toxic, right? Just like you're saying now. So they pass down that behavior right to their kids proudly.
Yeah, you see, that's the point. My point is, it doesn't make at that point, whether the child is screwed, whether there is both parents or single, the single parent doesn't make it better. It doesn't. That's a fact. The single parent doesn't make it better. And I also have to say that men do not hold the monopoly of toxic.
No, not at all. No,
there are just as many toxic women as men. So I don't see people telling men.
Unfortunately, they don't meet up with each other.
Yeah, let me say this too, because I agree with all of y'all points, and I want to add on to it because just like how they said for the sisters, I think it's very important that men value what happens with their sperm, not to put it that way, but I think it's important if you can, because like the brother said, sometimes it doesn't mean you're a bad person, but that lust gets you. But discipline comes into play because the last thing as a man you want to do is have a kid with a toxic woman. You know what I'm saying? Because that could make your life hell. You know what I'm saying? So you want to value, put as much value on yourself as possible. So protect yourself because you get to decide too. Just like women decide, you get to decide that too, but you got to have discipline. But I get what the brother's saying when you say that, but
I agree with you, my brother, that you need to work on yourself. And this is something also you should learn before you have children. You need to be okay mentally. If you're not, if you're having maybe one night stands, then there's something wrong. There's just that whether you like it, you may call yourself a good person because you have not killed anybody and that's the gauge, but there is something wrong with you in your mind, and that will magnify when you have a kid.
So you're telling me, okay, you got two 17-year-old, right, young adults, right, by reproductive standards, right, who just happen to be hanging out, right, and they don't know each other too well, but there's a sexual attraction there, and they're not disciplined, right? And they have sex. Does it mean something's wrong with them? Is there a moral problem there, or is it just that's nature, and they didn't have the discipline to stop nature?
No. You see, let me tell you something. If they have sex and there is no parents to raise those children, they're just raising the children on their own. That child is screwed.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you were saying, if someone's having a one night stands, then there's something wrong with a person. But what I'm saying is sometimes people, men, and especially today, right? If you don't live in a Muslim society, a strict Muslim society, boys and girls, young men and women freely interact with each other. And in the heat of the moment, something can happen. And they're not judging each other's character. It's just a sexual attraction. And they may not be promiscuous, right? Just all around. But in the moment, something happened. Someone got pregnant, right?
But you see, this is the thing. You need to judge yourself.
Sorry, but I just wanted to say, are you saying because if you live in a Muslim family, that doesn't happen?
No. And even then, right? So I was just saying, what I'm saying is I know there are some countries where it's very strict when it comes to male-female interaction. And so the women can't go out with males unless the male is a relative. So there's less cohabitation and with people who aren't family.
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation because I've got stuff.
I don't want to get into that, and maybe I shouldn't have threw that out there. But I'm just saying, unless you're in a society, forget Muslim, forget the religion part. Unless you're in a society where boys and girls do not interact, unless they're married or related, then it's a possibility that two young adults are gonna interact and can possibly just in the heat of the moment have sex, and it can happen anywhere.
No. Okay, so I hear what you're saying, Okay, so let's in the West, now let's see what's happening right now, right? It's like even in kindergarten, kids are being taught about sex, right? They're sexualizing young children, not just sexualizing, but transitioning them. This is a conversation that's happening, and our schools are adopting this nonsense. So what do you think is going to happen if you're talking about sex at a young age? This is a craziness, this thing that we're in right now. So obviously, I think, what was it, like a few days ago, I just saw a headline somewhere. Joe Biden was talking about a 10-year-old who got pregnant. She was raped, and he was using that as a storyline to say we need the abortion. This is how important it is to have the abortion funding the abortion. All this nonsense, right? So what I'm saying to you is, like, the society that we live in now, we're being sexualized at a young age. Our children are being sexualized at a young age. So what are you gonna? Boys are saying, the conversation that these kids are having now is like, oh, I don't think I'm a boy. I think I want to be a girl. Oh, and kids are doing crazy things, like girls. I kid you not. This is a real story that I just heard from when I walked to a pharmaceutical store. I know the lady that works there. She was telling me that 2 boys and a girl, they're in grade 6 or 7. Okay, so how old is that? 11, 12, right? 11, 12. I think that age. They videotaped the girl giving heads to one guy. And this was shared on social media. So the parent, imagine as a parent seeing that.
Right.
This is the not. I don't like it. Just talking about it just boils my blood too.
Yeah, because they constantly over sexualize our children, and they will not let them be children anymore.
This is what this crazy nonsense that's happening in the West, and we're like sitting back, like normalizing this nonsense. So obviously, if you're gonna talk about these things at a young age, then we're gonna be hypersexual, right? We're gonna try things.
But the thing is, what leads to this is now these kids have children at an early age, and then they're going to have generational poverty, because if I'm 13 having my first kid, am I going to be able to finish high school? Do I have a support system around us?
So when I compare this to the African traditions, right? Even back in the days, like, my grandparents, my grandparents' time, when they were like in the 1920s, 30s, whatever. My grandmother, God rest her soul, she was married when she was 9 years old in the village, right? But when I say she was married in 9 years old, it does not mean she was sexually, it's basically reserved. She was reserved for her husband. But the way they did back but she was still with her parents until she, I guess 13, 14, until she, whatever, right? And then she would go to the husband's family, but she was raised like a daughter to them as well, right? So there's that support system, the marriage, and then she gets pregnant, and it continues like that. So there's a support system. It's not like, okay, you got pregnant, you're in the backyard having fun with some kid, and then you have no support or all this nonsense, right? So I'm just saying to you, even now in Africa, it's not. I mean, because of social media and the internet, things are being shared, whatever happens in the West, but we're still not there in Africa. And thank God,
And you know what? But this is what I try to stay away from.
Nonsense, right?
Yeah.
But even in the past, you still had young girls, 13, having babies, whatever. They would then send them to the grandmother, auntie, or someone else would raise the kid. And then later on, when they got older, they may come back and claim the kid. We don't have those support systems here nowadays. And they're pushing it so hard.
And those things that were happening back in the days, it wasn't as common, right?
I don't know. I think sometimes we romanticize the past, and we romanticize like certain institutions and structures, but sometimes like I say, the present is the product of the past, so there's a lot of things that actually need to change. There's some things you can adopt from the past, but then there's some things that, and then sometimes we look we're selective when we look back at the past, or we're selective when we look at tradition, or you know, we look over here and we select, you know, the best case. But I mean, we can look all around the world and see things that, you know, can be changed, and how things not necessarily are going, you know, the best route, you know, overall, and can be kind of tweaked a little bit in society. So, you know, I think
basically the difference is, in the past you had other family members who would step up and claim the kid or support the daughter or whatever. The problem now, because our family structure has been so decimated, those support systems aren't available. And even when they are available, mommy and daddy have to work a 9 to 12 job to keep the lights on.
I don't know why we think we're worse now, you know, than before. I think what we see from the past, a lot of times the story that gets told are the best cases, you know, but like, you know, the quality of life and stuff like that for people, I don't know if it's worse off now than before. I don't know if the traditional way was all the time better overall either, you know.
It probably wasn't better, but you had support. Now we live in an individualized society that everybody is doing it on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And on the flip side of, back then, you know, like in the summertime, we never was in the house. So we didn't know what mommy, daddy, grandma was talking about, because we were all outside playing. Now everybody is, you know, on social media, getting all this stuff 24/7, 365. Go watch the Disney Channel. You know, that's the kids' channel. It ain't a kids' channel anymore, because some of the things they showing is like, oh my God, what the heck are you looking at? So they're being exposed so much at such a young age. It's unbelievable.
But will they be more informed and make better decisions than we do, though? That's the question. Because you can believe once upon a time, you know, when books started, you know, the printing press was invented, and books were, you know, everything could be, information can be spread, you know, massively through the printing press. There were probably some people who were trying to
but at 5 and 6 years old.
Yeah, I noticed
I
that
get what you're saying.
as an African community, and I'm not trying to paint Africa perfect, because we still have our own issues, and some of them are actually along the lines of sexual abuse and assault and stuff like that. But what you guys just touched on was really, you know, is really important to me, because once I came to the West, one thing I noticed was children were more sexualized, like at a very young age. So I'm standing in this store. I was standing in this store one day, and there was this very young girl. She couldn't be more than 7, and she had a lollipop in her mouth, and then she was, you know, she was imitating, you know, sucking the lollipop, and she was looking at me dead in the eye. Now, I couldn't do anything, but if I was in my home country, I'll go there and, you know, I'll talk to her mother and say, talk to your daughter, something is wrong with her, or something like that. But I think that is the problem. Like, there's something fundamentally wrong and evil with, you know, sexualizing very young children. They are children, for God's sake. They have to live out their childhood and then get to puberty naturally. But if you take that away from them, then we as a society are going nowhere. We're worse than the people in the past. That's what I feel.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with that. But you know, I don't know. I can't just imagine a child that young is aware of something like that. I don't know.
It's being programmed, and I mean, because they're seeing the images. You know, because if you look at old movies now as an adult, you're like, oh God, they talk about what? But you couldn't visualize what that meant. Now everything is visual. They see these acts, they see the phalluses, they see everything, and even if they ain't trying to see it, if they're on YouTube, God only knows what's popping up in you know, here's somebody BBL, blah blah blah, and they're like, mommy, what's a BBL? I mean, really?
But you don't think like nowadays that we protect the kids more from the realities of sexual behavior than they did in the past. And what I mean by that is,
the reason why I say no is because it's everywhere. You know, back in the day, you had to sneak and try to steal your dad's Playboy magazine.
Yeah, they can look it up.
You ain't supposed to be doing that.
But nobody would even stop them back in the day.
Gets to see what's in Playboy every day. I mean, the way we dress now, you know, I feel bad for the strippers because I guess they gotta be naked now because now everybody underwears are optional and they walking around showing everything.
Well, then there goes my point though. If you go back, you know, were people necessarily, depending on what society you were in, you know, I mean, modesty is relative, you know, from place to place. So it's, and I'm not trying to be contrary to what everyone is saying.
Because
sometimes I try to.
Your body, a woman's body image is different than what it is here. It's sexualized. You're seeing somebody's boobs out. It's generating sexual reaction. It's not, oh, the woman's body is beautiful. It gives birth to the child. No, they ain't thinking about it in that way. It's there to stimulate certain things in your mind to do so.
Yeah.
And it's happening in the kids. If you look at Cartoon Network, look at Disney. I'm like, are they really seeing? Are they really doing? If it's not that witchy occult, let's get the cauldron out, little children. Let's get the little pentagram out. Let's do this. I mean, they're starting to feed this stuff in these babies' heads at a very early age.
Okay,
when they're not really able to clearly decipher what does this stuff really mean.
Yeah.
So when they get older, they already feel like this is okay. It's cool to do this.
Yeah, scrolling on Instagram in third grade.
Let me quickly add to this, please. Like, look, I grew up like seeing a lot of women feeding their babies. Like, so there was something in my head. Even though later on, you know, as a young man, you find women's breasts attractive, but something never just clicked in my head. Like anytime I saw a woman feeding a baby, it never seemed sexual to me. So in my mind, there are two contexts to a woman's breast. And so one day I was on YouTube and I saw something about breastfeeding, and then I saw the comment section, Americans, and everything they had to say about it was sexual. So then it hits me then that
there you go.
Yeah, so they don't have another context of the female, you know, mammary gland. So it's just about sex. And so this is the problem, and this is what BJ is saying. This is the problem with getting children hooked at a young age. They have no other context of what the female's body is. For an African in the old days, a woman's back could be for carrying a baby. The breast could be for feet. Some women even walked about. As at 15, I still saw women in Benin Republic with no bra. But so you can't.
But see, this is the thing. We sanitize society so much to where we've left the only context available is sex. You know, is that the body is sexualized. So when you come from a society where everybody, let's say, walks around naked, right? And that's what you're used to. You don't look at nakedness as sexual. You know, it's not sexualized, but because we've sanitized things so much and we've added shame to it, it's like the moment a woman shows a little bit of this, like it's a big deal.
No, it's different. It's different. This is the difference between always pushing out in a sexual context. That's the problem. It's not just she's showing her body and this is something natural. Here is always in a sexual context.
Yes, I agree with BJ on that.
And I think this is also, again, right, culturally Black people, right? If you look at our roots, or you know, back how we are culturally and how the Neanderthals are, how they are, the Europeans. For them, everything, even like if you look at, you know, history in Greece, right? Greek history, mythology, you'll see they sexualize 8-9 years old boys. This is in their books. This is in their history. This is normal to them, you know. Mm-hmm. So they didn't value women back in those days, right? So they would dress as the men would dress as women, even to do acting or to be in a sexual. The reason why they were using the women is just to breed. Other than that, they would dress the other men as women. They would wear wigs, and they would be sexually doing their things. So this is not. I'm not saying this is not. I don't think this is an African history. I've never read this nonsense. But we got to look at you know what I mean, like at their history, our history, and also who's in control of what's, you know, the decision makers of our economy, the media, all this. Who's in control? Who's pushing these things? And why are they pushing these things?
You know it though. See, I don't like this because it kind of takes the agency away from individuals. Like, and I get it. You know, narratives can be pushed. Don't get me wrong. And I think you have to be informed. That's the only way to challenge like all of this stuff is to be informed. But sometimes some of these narratives, like it, and maybe this isn't how you're coming off. Maybe you're just saying is a cultural difference here from here. But sometimes it comes off as like, oh, black people are being bombarded with this stuff and it's targeted towards black people. But
it's not only black people. I'm not saying it's only black people. It's the culture in the West. Even like when you see the Chinese coming here, the European, like even, you know, a person that's from Sri Lanka or India. I don't think their culture is like that in their you know, where they're from.
You don't say it again? You don't think what now?
What I'm saying is like a person from Pakistan, India, they have their traditions, they have their culture, right? I'm not saying these things like don't happen, maybe in a minor, you know, but it's not a common thing. So when they come to
wait, you think stuff like that happens more here than it would in India or Pakistan? And when I say that, I mean actual like people. I'm not just talking about entertainment or the messages we talking about on TV. I'm talking about like people, young kids getting abused and stuff like that.
Of course, now the nature, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like we're becoming like one world, right? Because we're not so far apart because of the internet. So everything is being shared. But these things were tamed by culturally, right? So it wasn't before the internet, even though you might find it accepted as what it is here. It was not, yeah, it's not accepted. It's not culturally. It was not. It's not a norm.
It was shunned. Where here,
it's accepted like here though. I really don't think people. I just don't see it.
It's getting there. It's getting there because what they do is they start to push the images to start to, you know, get you normalized to this behavior. And once they got it to a certain point, then they open the whole door. That they've always done that.
Let me give you an example. When I was growing up, there was more displays of teenagers in high school having sex than I see now on TV. So when I was growing up, it was nothing to watch like a film about some teenagers coming of age and they were, you know, in relationships, having sex. It might not have showed the sex scene,
but like now they show the whole thing. They show
not with teenagers though.
You even see like two men just like.
Oh no, you look at no. Honestly, the PG-13 films here have more nudity and stuff than the PG or the R-rated stuff. I'm like, oh my God.
Look at the awards, like the last, I don't even watch BT at all, but clips that I saw, some of that shared on YouTube. I haven't watched that in like, I don't know, 20 years. I don't watch that nonsense. But like, it's what they displayed, how they made the black people look, you know, it's just disgraceful.
Like I said, the hookers, disgusting. I don't know what they're going to do and wear now because.
And then, you know, you have to understand who's behind it. You see,
it's
not owned by black people.
Now it's everybody.
It's not owned by black. It's owned by the Jewish people, so-called Jewish people. So what I'm saying to you is, and they're pushing these things. All the music industry, who's it run by? These people are controlled puppets. So they
try to normalize this behavior for everybody to.
We have to think.
If people, it's just like drugs, right? I don't blame drug dealers for
Just letting you know.
What's that? I'm sorry.
No, I said shout out to Monetezi, the Hidden Hand on Sundays.
Okay.
But go ahead.
But no, I'll say this: like I don't blame drug dealers for drug addicts, right? No more than I blame the person at Walgreens for the person who smokes cigarettes or drinks alcohol. Right?
But I do blame the community for allowing it to just go
what I'm saying is,
we don't stand up against it.
No, what I'm saying is, if there's not a market for something, if people aren't consuming there's just people aren't going to sell what people are not consuming. And trust me, I've tried to open a business that I thought would be a positive thing, open it up in the wrong place, and things didn't sell. Right?
Yeah.
So,
but again, but even with that, what you said, they groom you to start wanting this.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't just.
I don't know. I think if you ask any heterosexual male,
patient and time that they'll start grooming it, pushing it out more and more images, more things.
Hold
just
on, let him ask
and then
the
all of a sudden you're
heterosexual
jumping on that
India.
bandwagon.
Ask Theo, what did you want to ask the heterosexual males?
No, I'm saying like, do any heterosexual male feel like their mind can be changed by what they see on TV? Or because okay, let me say this. Let me just say this real quick. Let me say this.
Focused, Tezi, and then Carrasco.
I want to say this.
Okay.
As long as I can remember,
Let's
remember, right?
Hold on, Theo. Let's answer your question.
Oh, okay.
I think you guys. I think the question is a good question. I think you guys are missing the point. I think it's not TV that is the problem. You guys, the pornographic industry is one of the biggest industries in the world right now. So it's not going to be, the TV is not even the biggest worry these days. Like anybody with a phone, any child with a phone has access to it. It's been normalized. In fact, it's now even in the movies they have kids, like it's normal for a kid to have pornography and to be locked in their room with like a sock or something. They see that thing, be like, it's a normal teenager thing, it's a normal child thing. So that's the narrative that's being pushed. So yeah, the pornographic industry is huge now. It's getting
so
bigger.
you don't have to buy it anymore. You get it for free.
Yeah. You don't even have to watch. You don't watch it on TV. They're not getting it on TV. Kids these days, they're not watching it on TV.
I can't account for it. I don't know what kids are watching, so I don't know. I hear that stuff, but it's just I can't. How do you arrive at like that's what kids are doing? Like how do we know that?
Because even with me, I'm not into any of that stuff. But I'll see some of this stuff popping on YouTube and I'm like, what the heck? And
TikTok,
I just pass it. But if I'm a kid, oh, what's that? Or the header, and like, well, wait a minute, what the heck is this stuff? But if you're not conscious of it, and then again, once you start clicking, more will start coming to you, and more will start coming to you. So as a kid, they'll slowly start grooming them, just like.
Well, the parents better have parental controls, right?
But then your friend in your school may know about technology more than your
kid. You can't know about technology more than your kid. Your kid will always know more about the technology more than you. So
and it could be like kid friendly looking stuff, and then they'll pop the little chat, like we chatting about this, but we're all adults. Can you imagine some of the gaming channels or the gaming chats or the kids chats? Pedophiles will sneak their butts up in there and all. Okay, oh, don't you want to see this about the Mickey Mouse? And they like, whoa, what the heck is this?
And
you got to be vigilant about that. But I don't know. I just don't know if it's a big a big conspiracy to like change everyone to
brother. Have you? And I ask this respectfully. Have you traveled to somewhere like Africa or Asia where the culture is quite different from your own culture?
Yeah, I lived in the Middle East for a while, for about 5 years total.
Okay. Do you know? I know you understand that. So their culture was quite different from yours, right?
Yes, yeah, and that's why I made a comment earlier. But I don't want to act like I'm an expert on anybody's culture. But
yeah. So the thing with culture is that long before newspaper, long before the media, the culture was what brainwashed. The culture was what made us. So like everybody is a product of a culture. Now what we're having today is that the TV and the internet and entertainment is becoming the culture, and now this will make the children the product of that culture. And then once you look at their behavior, you have to go back to look at who is putting the entertainment out there, who is putting the programs, who is putting the shows, and you get what I'm saying. So I stand with BJ on this, because one thing I've also observed is this: the problems we have in one generation, the symptoms are always from another generation. So by the time those guys were 5 years old, they were learning something that we didn't know about. And all of a sudden, when they are 25, we say, man, this generation is effed up. But then the cycle continues. So that's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with my brother Carrasco. Actually, I have another question I have to pose on that, just on the point you've made. When you say a culture, that was a culture of right now we have a different culture that is looking bad, but do you think this culture was just acceptable maybe in another culture previously? Because I've seen even some saying that Africans used to be very sexual creatures, you know. So is this
not the 5-year-olds?
Human beings, I mean, of course not. But human beings have always been. That's just natural behavior. The fact that people don't have sex until after 18, that's a design. That's not nature. That's human design.
That's now the current culture. That's current culture, as Mr. Carrasco said. That's like current culture now, but probably before it wasn't current culture. It was actually acceptable. In fact, this is why I say I'm not a big fan of monogamous marriage. And people say that the family is breaking down, that there is the breakdown of the family, but maybe you can also put it in another perspective that we are going back to what we used to do. You know?
Will you say we're going back to what we used to be? Yeah.
Where people are not tied to, like in Africa, monogamous marriage was probably very rare, right? So maybe that's what. So when they say it's a breakdown of the family, maybe we are not breaking down. Maybe
we're expanding. Maybe the family is expanding, right?
Maybe we're going back to the previous.
If it's expanding to what it used to be, was the family structure as disjointed, disconnected, destructive as what it is now? So we're going into a whole different realm.
But that's a good question. We don't know, and I say that. I say, man, like exactly what you just said. And I say that, like, family is actually expanding now. Like, it's not necessary. It depends on how you look at it, right? If you're still involved, the family is still, functioning. It is expanded. It isn't, the idea of broken home or the family. That's that's relative. That's depending on who's looking and what's happening. Because the idea of a man taking care of 2 homes and not being exclusive to 1 home at a time, that hasn't always been the case.
Okay, go ahead, my brother.
Actually, that's another point I had to make before when I came here. I had to say that perhaps maybe since this is not going to change the culture. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think we're going to reverse what's already happening now. I mean, the baby mama culture, baby daddy culture, it's strong now. It's not it's been pushed.
Where's it strong? Are you saying worldwide strong?
Even in Africa, it's growing in Africa.
Everywhere. You're right. Let's be real. That's why I said we can't romanticize things and ignore like what's really happening.
I disagree with your comment. What part of Africa? It's the mama single mothers. Like what part of Africa?
Single parent houses are growing. Okay, in Kenya right now, I can tell you it's growing. So, and I think it's also growing.
Why do you think in Kenya it's growing? Because in my country, it's not growing. It's not like that. We still
because of probably the media is pushing it. The social media.
And again, if you look at what's going on here, is it a good thing to push that?
But it's not also the media. It's also the independence of women.
Do you know Mazoezi?
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Who runs the media in Kenya? Who owns it?
Kenyans own media. Kenya owns the media. Actually, the president in fact, I don't know if the president actually came out and raised the alarm. Like there's a huge rise in single parent households. The president himself. And that's how you know it's bad, when the president raises the alarm, like, hey, there's a problem here. So you can tell that the government doesn't enjoy it. It's something that but
do you think it's because of capitalism?
Yeah.
Do you think that has something to do with it, capitalism?
It has to do with many things. Also, but also I think it has something to do with the independence of women. that promote.
And this is not okay.
That
Then.
part
So
too.
where does this come from? Who's influencing us with these nonsense?
But why is it nonsense though? Why is it nonsense? That's the question.
Because it's breaking down the family unit.
Yeah.
And let me quickly go to what I wanted to say. Now, intercourse has always been there, and it will always be there. But what man did was that they created a structure that that glued society together, so that I wouldn't be with your wife today, this guy's wife tomorrow, and then you come kill me, and then maybe we go kill someone. So this family structure was created by man to give a similitude of sanity in our society. And if we say
the Western family structure, the monogamous family structure was created by the Western man, but the family structure in Africa was not the man, was not necessarily man and his wife. In fact, it was more of community based.
Yeah, okay, I'll agree with you, but there was some kind of structure. Now, if we start going away from that under the guise of modernity, and then now everybody can do what they like, then we are regressing, don't you think?
No, but we already went away from that when we embraced monogamy. When we embraced the Christian man and his wife, and that was already a step away from our original culture.
Who brought Christianity to you?
Yeah,
you see, a whole bunch of issues.
Not everybody, even in ancient Africa, not everybody wanted to have several wives. I know of the Igbo people who, a whole lot of the men just wanted one wife. So for some people, many wives is not their cup of tea. So I'm talking about marriage as a structure, whether you say polygamy or monogamy. The whole structure of it was to keep society together and sane. That's just what I'm.
This is actually, that's a good point. This is what actually I think is going to happen, and I think should happen. We should be adjusting to what's happening already in the world, since we're getting with the social media. It's not going away. Social media is here to stay. The media is here to stay. The culture is getting entrenched. What I think we should do
but even with the media, you have to understand how to decipher the messages that it's presenting to you and saying, are these my choices, or am I being groomed to become a robot that this media is trying to create?
But you know the problem is that we try to get everyone to subscribe to our idea of what life should be. Like, if we're monogamous, we think everyone should be monogamous. You know, some people who are polygamous think everyone. People who are heterosexual think everyone should be heterosexual. People who are married think everyone should be married. But like, who are we to say? Like, if you're happy, this is what I believe. How can I make somebody else miserable if I'm happy doing what I'm doing, but they're miserable doing what I'm doing? Like, why would I force it? It just doesn't make sense.
You're right, brother. But the thing is that sometimes we modern people, we think that we're smarter than the people that have been before. That's not always the truth. Some of them were wiser. We will be smarter than them because we know we can use devices and we have more knowledge. But some of them, in the original sense, were wiser. And so,
but you don't think life is trial and error, and we learn from the past?
No.
Mistakes?
No, we do not.
Show me.
Because if we were learning why we're in the state that we're in right now.
But that's what I'm saying. What's wrong with the state what's the detriment? Like, population is booming, right?
Yeah, but families are not booming.
Here we go. So our value of the family is our value of the family.
No,
everyone is not going to
want
to be married.
Family, I'm talking about our children thriving.
Yeah,
no, they're not.
Are our children thriving?
Just because you got the PS5 box, don't mean you're thriving mentally.
Yeah, this is actually what I was trying to say.
Let's not forget this confusion that they brought in now, right? Like in the last, we've been pushing it slowly, but now this confusion of bringing it to the young population, young children, that, okay, am I a boy, am I a girl? I don't know. Like he, she, name me this and this and that. It's open to control the population. So if you raise your sons and your daughters as much as your best of your knowledge, because they're spending most of the time, especially in the West, they're spending 8-9 hours at school, who's really putting these things in their mind? And most of the teachers are like females, right? So,
you know what population?
So what I'm just saying to you is, in the next if we continue with this the way it is now, and they're pushing this agenda as continuously, in the next 10 years, what do you think is going to happen? Like
population decline.
But you know what population control is? Population control is using a condom, using contraceptives, using the pull-out method, abstaining from having sex. Population control is something we all participate in.
Brother, you're missing the point. You, as an individual, might, okay, you could do your best to do these things, but on a national base, worldwide base, they're pushing this agenda to control the population, bring the vaccine or bringing different things.
No,
right?
man, listen, that's the last thing we got to. Okay, let me show you this.
I'm saying to you, there's different ways. Like that's a different topic altogether. But I'm just saying to you, these are also being brought to us to control us, right?
Right.
Like,
and to create a permanent underclass by keeping young bunch of kids,
right?
No education.
Why does Biden care?
Minimum wage. Where are you going to live at, and where are you going to raise those kids at, and what are the kids are going to be accustomed to?
You see, there's a lot of African Americans. There's a lot of Hispanics that in the ghetto areas that do need help. I just saw a video this morning. These kids were coming down.
You paused.
Yeah, we lost you there for a second.
Okay.
Brother Focus, you've been quiet. Do you have
Oh, sorry.
Oh, she's back.
Yeah, sorry about that. So I saw this clip of kids coming down from a bus from school into this neighborhood. It's just a different size neighborhood, and it was a bunch of crackheads and whatnot just sitting on the floor, right? So this is just one example. There's so many. The Biden administration, even the U.S. government, could be spending not even a lot of money to help these areas. But what they're doing is they're pumping money for surgery for young boys and girls to do sex change. That's what they're focusing on.
Because when they want to decrease the population, they're coming at all angles.
But this is okay. Let me ask this question.
Tax dollars for this, so we need to think a little bit deeper and not just follow the wherever the wind blows with this government with these whatever the U.S. happens is happening in Canada. If they're pushing it in Europe, they try to push it to Africa. They made threats to Ghana to say, okay, you know what? If you don't take our aid, if you don't accept LGBTQ, then we're going to take the AIDS away. They did that to Ethiopia a few years back. It's not highly spoken about it, but it's there. And they accepted money in exchange to allow LGBTQ to be opened up in Ethiopia. You see?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Real quick.
Like, for what we're doing for money, because we don't know our value in Africa, so we don't know what we're worth. We don't know, we don't know our own history. We just follow what the white man tells us, and we're getting AIDS, all this stuff. So we need, as a population from the grassroots, we need to speak up and change these environment. You know what I mean? Whether it's you see all the countries in Africa that speak English that do well, kind of do well compared to other countries. That's by design, and you'll see more single mothers. You'll see independent women. You'll see that narrative pushed.
And then when you have more single mothers, you're going to be dependent on assistance. And then boom, we're in your house. This is if you want this assistance, you're going to have to do this, and this, and this.
This is the thing, though, right? There's a few things I want to point out, right? One, just with the last point, if a man has a child from a woman and she goes on assistance, there's nothing saying he cannot still support that child. Right? Or if they're not together, let's say she's single. If he has a home, I just don't get the whole, these systems, these programs are what breaks down the family, because if a man has resources for his family, right? He has a home they can live in, right? He has enough to take care of them, and he has the love, the capacity to love them and take care of them. What do you think? Somebody's going to leave to go on welfare? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
But we're sort of conditioning our men that they don't have to.
Can you chime into this one a little bit, being both a man and an American? What's your
But
thought on it if you're still there?
let me say this one thing right quick. This other point I wanted to point out with population control, right? So each one of us have our own agency when it comes to reproduction, right? We can decide how we want to reproduce, how many kids we want to have, how many we don't want to have, if we want to have them at all. How kids are being born, how many, has a lot to do with our own intelligent planning of how big we want our family to be, how many kids we feel like we can take care of, what we think is going to be good for us economically. It has nothing to do, if the population is being controlled, it's because we're intelligent enough to know that with limited resources, you can only produce so many kids. Or after it's the more mouths you got to feed, the more resources you have. And if you don't have the resources, you're going to make the decision like, hey, we're just going to have 1 kid, 2 kids, 3. People are making these decisions themselves intelligently. I don't think it's anybody like pushing a narrative so the population doesn't grow. People are looking around and saying, I don't want to suffer. I don't want my kids to suffer. I don't want to starve. Like, it'll be hard. I don't have enough to take care of. A woman can have 13 kids easily. A man can have 100. So if we were really interested in like making the population grow, nobody's stopping us. We could get busy and make it happen, but we know that would be ridiculous. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I agree with my brother. In fact, we were talking about this, I think 2 weeks ago, about the people aborting babies because of economics, like the economic situation. So basically, if the government makes the economy, not so well, they have the power to just control a boy. That's what you're saying, that the fact that you'll have a baby or not is dependent on what the government and the other leaders do with the economy. So
is who saying that?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm saying?
No. I was just adding to the point that. I've forgotten even your point.
My point is this. We look at our reality, our individual reality, right? And we say, like my parents had, each one had 8 siblings, right? But I wouldn't have 8 kids because that would be a lot to take care of. Like,
economically.
Yeah, economically, that's a lot. So I'm gonna make the decision.
There's a lot of guys who got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids,
and that's their personal decision.
What about the 34-year-old who got 33, kids?
That's a personal decision. If he can take care of them,
these things taking care of them. But a lot of times they're not, and they're not worried about it. It's like, why should I?
So basically,
if I'm not have to be held responsible,
you're saying that population control is a personal choice, is not a...
We're all participating. We're all intelligently participating in population control. When you control the size of your family, you're controlling the size of the population as a whole, right? If you want there to be 10 more people on this earth, all you have to do is go out and reproduce 10 more kids.
But you're telling me as an American young man that you believe if you were African, I would kind of believe that you think like this. You're telling me that you believe that you are in America as a young African American, and you don't believe that there's some kind of conspiracy against your race, against your manhood as a black man. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I don't buy some of the things, and I've had a long time to think about this because I used to believe some of that stuff, but like the whole the welfare thing and these systems are causing the family to break down. When I stopped and thought about it, I'm like, as a man, when a man has the resources to take care of a woman and his kids, and he has the capacity to love them, no woman, unless she just has a wicked mind, is gonna leave her family or break up her family just because she can go get a few dollars on welfare and some food stamps. It's just not happening.
Well, what? I just got finished reading the book Color of Law, and it sort of keys in some of that of how the system has. I'm sorry.
PJ, brother Focused is back. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah. My bad. I was driving. But I understand what the brother is trying to say about personal choice. Yeah, everybody, we all have a personal choice about who we reproduce with, you know what I'm saying? And as a man, no, like the older I got, no, I'm not just gonna get swayed, but like, yo, there is things out there, you know what I'm saying, like that will sway the minds of children. And like, yo, earlier you were saying like about how like, yo, it doesn't matter the man, it's just a man being in the house is the type of man. And that's the reason why is a type of man being in the house. And then when you talk about like the welfare thing,
okay,
like, you can't just say like the welfare thing, because like, yo, going into that, you know, of course we had the #1 families things according to statistics as far as marriage and single households. We had the businesses, we was together and all of that. And then like, of course, with the propaganda, but like, yo, it's easy for us to say like today, oh, well, we had a choice, but like, yo, you said if there had an economic this and economic that, but in the 60s, that's what they were out there fighting for, like, you know what I'm saying? Because for economic opportunities, like jobs wasn't hiring the same way because of like labor unions and stuff, like, so it went out the way to make sure. And it's like, yo, it is.
But
like,
then you saying they gave us welfare,
huh?
It's kind of like two-sided story. You saying they wanted to destroy us economically, but then you saying they wanted to help.
If you look at every freeway that's in the United States,
right,
it started in the Black business community. They rooted up all those families and said, go find someplace else to live, eminent domain.
Yeah, Highway Act.
Okay. And then they'll talk about the mortgage and all that stuff. Yeah,
I think Jim Crow laws are real. I think people were like boxed out of the economy. I think that, but what I'm saying is there were some well-meaning people.
Having less resources, it puts additional pressures on you, and it has a big impact on that family structure. Because I can't feed 8 kids. Why are you bringing another kid up in here?
And then when when they was having 8 kids, like they was like for the most part sharecropping. You know what I'm saying? So they needed more kids. You know what I'm saying? Like. But like, I get.
But when they moved to the city, it was like, are you working today? No, they didn't need me today. I mean, because even in Texas, I don't know if it's still like that now. My uncle moved down there. He was typesetter for the newspaper. And again, he had a job, you know, whatever, 9 to 5, whatever. Down there, he was a day worker. Skilled labor, but you're a day worker. Go to the job. Do you need me today? No, we don't. So you done took the last gas you had to try to see if you can get $1 and find out that they don't need you.
So there was challenges, and I believe like racism and all that stuff is real. Don't get me wrong, and Jim Crow and all of that. But what I'm saying is when it comes to these programs, we conflate it like they're one and the same people. But well-meaning people created these programs because they recognized what was going on, right? So these social programs. Wait. Let me finish. These social programs weren't just for Black people, right? They were for the citizens, right? So any citizen, so the idea would be to ensure that those programs benefit everyone in society, not to say these programs are bad. Those programs aren't bad. They don't have a detrimental effect to society, except for if you're not utilizing those programs to your advantage.
So let me ask you this, brother, with the welfare.
Sorry, I was going to say what you said. You're making a good point, but at the same time, white men were not during the crack epidemic, Jim Crow, all these things that happened. White men were not subject to that. Black men were, right?
Right. Okay.
So a lot of things are done, underlying, to make it seem like it's for everybody. But the Black family, whether you like it or not, have been suppressed and is still being suppressed to this day.
Yeah. But it has nothing to do with the programs, though.
Right now, if you allow the incarcerated men, once they get free, to get financial aid, that could have a total trajectory on that family. But they can't.
Some of those guys come out of there with degrees.
They can get loans. They can get all these different things.
Right. That's why I say you got to expand the programs. You have to expand them to benefit everyone.
But the thing is, why it wasn't always that way. So why did they stop it?
Yeah,
it was done deliberately.
Well, because we know historically women haven't had the same economic power as men.
Let's give the platform to Brother Focus.
No, I just want to ask the brother a question. So like you like the welfare approach. It's a system, saying it's meant to help anybody. Like so, when they give it to like Black women, then they say like, well, you can't have a man in the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so now we know that white women are probably on it more than anybody. Now those white farmers, they didn't do that to them. They didn't be like you had to have a man out the house. That's some systematically different. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, you saying they said to black women you can't have the man in the house, and the white women they didn't?
Yeah,
they did. Yeah,
so wait, how did they write that? How do they legislate that? They actually wrote something so discriminatory
in the project, like they could not have them. Like they would send authorities over there, like and everything like that. But they didn't have those same stipulations, like when those white girls on the farms and stuff like that. They
were on the farms
for them.
So. This is the thing. You're talking about public housing. You're talking about public housing.
No, not everybody was in public housing who was receiving benefits. So they were going into individual homes.
You know what? I can't say. I don't know what they were doing. But this is what I do know is if a woman, if let's say a man gets a woman pregnant, she has his kid, right? Now he doesn't have the means to take care of her. He should be happy that she at least has somewhere to stay. And he should work his tail off if he can to support her. And if he can get a place, he should be focusing on trying to get himself together to take care of them. And I get it ain't perfect all the time. And I don't want to sound utopic when I say it, but you shouldn't cry about your woman and your child having a place to stay, even if that means you got to sleep in your car. I mean, I can't see it.
Yeah, no,
I'm not going to go to the government and say, what's that?
I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, they always put these systematic barriers in front of us to make it that much harder on top of what we're already dealing with.
I think racism is real. Don't get me wrong.
Those who are diligent and resourceful and dynamic and like no barrier will stop me, they can sort of funnel through. But the masses, a lot of times they just give up. I can't beat this.
And brother, let me say this too. I agree with what you're saying. Like,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying I agree with what the brother is saying too. You know what I'm saying? Like, go out there and get your own. But at the same time, like you still dealing with redlining, which is like, yo, like you have to work already twice as hard, probably get paid less money, you know what I'm saying? And now you got to deal with redlining. So it's even more steps in between. Now, I get what you're saying, and I agree. Like, you got to do what you got to do. But you know what I'm saying? Like, to just say like, oh, well, they should have, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole, it's easy for us to say now, but like, yo, back then when they baby crying and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, they made a decision to do that. You said they should be happy, but now today we see the effects and like you see like the differences between the 80s and 90s when the single mother rate was so high. Like, you can see the drugs and the crime and the violence compared to when we had the lowest single parent rate in the 40s and 50s. We didn't have that kind of crime. Even compared to today, when they have the people from today, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know a lot, like my generation is supposed to be the quote unquote crack babies or whatever. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people didn't have their parents and stuff, and it was different. You know what I'm saying? It was wild in the 90s and stuff like that. But today they're like, man, I'm not gonna be like that. I'm gonna be there for my kids and stuff. And like, yo, today is not like it was in the 90s. That's for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, let me say this though. Let me ask you this: how many black men?
I just want to add the effect of the so-called crack epidemic and so forth. The effect is still happening, right? So and then we can't just say that's done with, because we got to look at the different ways the African American were being attacked, different ways, different angles, through music, through like music in the 90s. It was beautiful, R&B and all these different hip hop music, right? As soon as you come to the late 90s, 2000 and up, like it changed, right? No value in the word they used, like, and all these things, these what do you call them? The
like
music,
the rap and all that.
Yeah, like they were pushed by how? Like, you see two black boys making out and all these things, and then like all these crazy things that happened in order for them to make it big, to make money, being controlled. It's not controlled by black people. So all these things, different avenues, our people are being attacked. So
yeah, and it's not only about making money, it's about changing people's mindset and their behavior.
Right. And that's what I'm thinking. Like, right now, people need to wake up and take charge of your family, look at the values your grandparents had, your parents had, you know, so otherwise
Tell the whole
as a
story,
trend,
the good parts and the bad parts, and try to explain to them why grandma ain't here, what she had to endure, and why she had to endure, and what did the CIA
exactly.
dropping cocaine and AK-47s in a community. This is why things are the way they are. And tell them, don't sugarcoat it.
And teach your daughters and your sons, like, you don't need to be sexually active at 14, at 12. You know,
that's what I'm saying. You say look at grandparents' values, but sometimes that's what I'm saying. Everything has to be qualified. Some things need to be changed. Sometimes you can't just romanticize the past like it was just peaches and cream and there's nothing to deviate from. There's a whole lot from the past that needs to stay in the past, and we should be learning from and not repeating.
I agree with that, bro.
Exactly.
Of course, but emphasizing on the value, you know, like the values that we were brought up, emphasizing and passing that on. So we don't
I don't know. Again, it's here and there. You know, it's not just a straight line, you know, when it comes to that stuff, because
I feel like if you have children in the West, you need to take the initiative from a young age and hold your children close and teach them values, right? Because the state or the government or the whatever,
they're
the one raising the children. You know,
yes, but you can't look in the past for that, though.
No, but we can look in the present. And like she's saying, if we don't teach them, the government and the teachers and the system definitely will. So which values do you want them to have, yours or theirs?
You got to observe the world. You got to read the past. You got to look at the past. You got to observe.
I'm not saying don't teach them the truth, but again, are they going to assimilate to what the world is telling them to assimilate to? Or do you want them to assimilate to what your beliefs?
I'm just curious.
Brother Theo, I wanted to ask you something.
I wanted to know if are you a parent?
Yes, I have 3 kids.
You have 3 kids.
3 wonderful kids. Let me say that. My kids are a lot better than I was too. I can tell you that. My kids are way better than I was.
And then you want to corrupt other people's kids and you support other people's.
Man, nah.
See, I wanted to
no.
Tell you something. Let me quickly tell you.
Go ahead.
Do you know the Biafra? Do you know about the Biafra war in Nigeria?
Yeah, I've heard of it. With Nigeria.
Yeah. So now the Igbos, they lost virtually everything because the government, seized their bank accounts and all of that. They only got maybe about £40 or so when the war was over. Now, and then in some places they started being discriminated against. So this forced the Igbo people to become very industrious, and just in one generation they created industries, like they started importing stuff, the car parts and all of that. Even the fact that we could watch American movies was because they were pirating CDs and all that. Whatever, they created industries. Now, I want to draw a quick parallel with African Americans. Like before welfare, African Americans under adverse conditions have built stuff. And I feel that today, even if you take the welfare away from African Americans, I don't advocate for that, but I feel they would maybe suffer for 5 years. You guys suffer for 5-10 years, but you will get it. And then you start building communities that follow the principles of paranomics. And I think this is where welfare might seem like a service, but it's actually a disservice because it doesn't allow for the community to focus on its own powers.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna ask you to do this for me.
Okay.
So I want you to survey the world, country to country. Look at the countries that have social services, robust social services, robust taxes, and look at the countries that don't have robust services, right?
Canada's doing good.
Canada, robust, right?
Northern
Europe. China.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not picking on anything, but listen, people have to eat. Like there's some basic needs that you just, and if you don't get them right away, I know what you're saying about 5 years, like necessity breeds invention and industriousness.
The necessity is created. There's enough food to feed people.
Listen, if you took away social
Why
services
in our
right now,
community there's no stores? That's
listen,
done on purpose.
if you took away social services right now in the United States, you think all this stuff we talking about, this right now is petty. You'll look back and be like, boy, that was petty.
In some states, it has been taken away for the most part.
Yeah, but I'm saying that African Americans have progressed, have even done very well under adverse conditions where they got no help. And can that not be replicated? That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys,
but you need social, so you need education. You need people to be educated. You need people to eat. You need people to have shelter. People thrive actually when they have the ability to explore their talents and they're not caught up in a survival mode. Actually, so when you see.
But we also have to educate them of the whole story so that they know and not just look at, oh, she's lazy. Why she got these 8 kids? She's on. If you tell them the whole story, they couldn't like have empathy. Oh, I can understand her situation because these things happen and she doesn't have the resources. And these are the choices she made. Do I really want to deal with someone with those issues, or whether I will go somewhere else and find a partner? Because you know, if you only making these people look like the villain, then they go meet the person who actually created the scenario and say, oh, he's rich, he has this, he's the perfect guy. Well, he's the perfect guy who created the scenario with the girl with the on crack and have the kids and don't have a place to live. So is he the prize, or was maybe one of the kids who learned from that scenario, he might have been the prize. So that's why I say, tell the whole story. We too many times, especially in the West, want to sugarcoat the villain and make the victim into the monster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and coming from Africa, this was my stance too, because I used to look at these cop shootings, like cop killings. I was always looking for something the
person did.
Yeah, could have done right until 2016 when there was this I've forgotten his name, but he was a health worker and he had this autism. He was working with a child with autism, and then the child wandered away and the brother went to look for him, and then the child was acting up. Then the cops came there, and then the brother raised his hands and said, he was explaining himself and said, I am a health worker. I take care of this kid. And still the cops still shot him with all this. And so from that time I lost it. So BJ, what you are saying that we like sugarcoating stuff or looking for excuses, I really agree with that. From then I stopped and started seeing this system for what it really is.
Yeah, but you have to remember, you can't get so blinded that you can't contextualize that. Like, racism is real. Don't get me wrong. Police brutality is real. But you still have to be able to see the nuances, right? So you can make proper decisions and not get caught up in like conspiracy. Because sometimes we'll think because one thing is happening, right, then that means all of this other stuff is happening is true. And you have to sometimes just take a moment and think, okay, yeah, police brutality is real. But does that mean now that every talking point you have to go along with? You still have to be able to take each situation and look at it and analyze and
find out,
see it for what it is.
Why is it this way, and who's benefiting it for it being the way it is? Because nothing happens by accident.
Mm-hmm.
None of this stuff has happened just because she's on welfare and she ran into the ex-con and they got together. No, the community is not looking devastated like it is for no reason. You pumping money in other areas and not in this one. Why? Why are we redline? Why are insurance rates outrageous compared to?
Well, I can tell you. Okay, let me now let's get into that. Okay. If I was an insurance person, I'm telling you, I'm just being practical thinking, because that's the only way you can rise above, I think. If I'm insuring people, right, I'm looking at the risk factors, right?
But the thing is, with the risk factor, I get what you're saying, but if you're not looking at why is the risk factor the way it is, meaning
I'm the insurance person, I can't control the why.
You could trade it, because like if you read the book Color Law, the insurance agencies work along with the Federal Housing Administration, along with the mortgage company, purposely would not allow for mortgages if they see one Black family going into that neighborhood. So you created the scenario where, you know, I'm just looking on paper, you know, I'm looking at my risk factor. If you create the risk, are you really looking at the factor?
Right. But check this out. The way we eat, the way we exercise, if people ain't started changing that, then you ain't really got room to criticize. Like, if you haven't gotten your, and I get it, it ain't easy. And I know it's a system in play that kind of created food deserts, but people got to start making better choices about what they consume, what they put in their body. Because I guarantee you, if you got an insurance agency, right, let's say healthcare, if all Black people were living to 120, that would be a sure bet for an insurance agency. And they're going to make it. Listen, if white people were dying at 30 years old and Black people were living to 120, guess what? Guess who's going to be paying more?
Okay, so
right?
And what's causing so many of the Black families and Black people dying at 30? What is
eating habits? A lot of it is habits.
Okay, but brother, look at this. Look at most of the food in this country have been, you know,
it's plastic.
Yeah, it's plastic, or it has been messed with. It has been I
don't
know. Yeah, thank you very much, BG.
Yeah,
we don't.
And gardening is difficult. I understand because I tried it. But it can be done.
Well, no, with all these chemtrails floating over, what is in your garden nowadays?
So once I started to understand what the African American was going through, I started to be less critical, because I do not go through. In my home country, the food is fresh. The cow might not be so fat, but it's killed the same day, and the whole meat is sold that same day. So my well-being, even coming from a third world country, I look slimmer, I look fitter. I might be, and I probably won't die at 30. I might die at 56 because of the stress of the traffic, but not at 30. So once you start dealing with the African American issue, it's so multifaceted. There are attacks from several.
It is.
Yeah. So
right.
then we have to look at the system. Okay, go on, sister.
Yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say, since you brought that up, like in the most of the African American neighborhood, they don't even have like a healthy grocery store. They have all these
food desert,
unhealthy, like.
Mm-hmm. And then you got gas stations where they have to get all this stuff.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, they got the gas stations now.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying to you. There's so many things done by design. Like it's actually really, it's so sad and so, like, it's amazing the strength, the courage.
Mm-hmm.
In African American, the fact that they're even still alive to this day.
I thank you very much.
Yeah, but we got to start making some moves.
You know what I mean? Like,
and it's hard.
Even in Africa, we were attacked as well. Like, we didn't have aid. How many people did they kill in Zimbabwe and other parts of Africa? With aid, things that they brought in.
Oh yeah,
and other diseases. Our population is like 1 billion or something.
Mm-hmm.
We, for that continent, the biggest continent in the whole wide world, our population should be like 5
3
times
or 4.
You know what I mean?
But
because
it should be about quality of life, though. That's what should be the focus. But let me say this: it's an interesting thing.
Quality of life in Africa would be great. It would be the best if these Neanderthals would stay away from us, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, fact.
Hey, brother.
They stayed away from us. We were thriving before. Africa was thriving before, so we didn't get a chance to evolve and do our own thing.
Let me say this interesting point right quick.
So we gotta look at history, factual information. I understand your thought of mind.
Okay.
I understand where you're coming from, the things that you're saying from individual. You're thinking from individualistic, I think. Because the thing is, it's like myself, I can make I can make a better decision. I can think all these things, but I think that Western mentality, like just thinking about yourself. I think that's just dividing us even more.
No.
We have to be more community. We have to be more help each other, because relying on the government, especially Black people in the U.S., relying on the government is not. It hasn't. It's like you're a joke. It's like You know what I mean? And we, before I read on the history of African Americans, what they through, where they came from, all these things, before I read into this and I did more research, I used to think, like probably most African family that come here, we used to think, even our parents thought, like, stay away from those, Jamaicans, stay away from those, African Americans, or, because those blacks, because they don't even value their family. They don't respect their parents. They just have babies like that. But they didn't know the history. They didn't know what they went through. And they told us these things, right? You know what I mean? So we had to actually educate our parents and say, no, this is what they went through.
Yeah.
This is the history of that. Okay, yeah. Could they do better? Of course. Anyone could do better, right? But then you got to see the system. They're paying their taxes. They're doing what they can to help their families. But at the same time, it's only one way they're coming at. The government's coming at them. They're coming like 100 different ways.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, development is not brought into those areas.
That's
on
right.
purpose.
That's right. And then
the federal government will fund something anywhere on this planet, but when it comes to the black community, oh well, no, we can't because of X, Y, Z, and Q and Z, and then you compare the two against another area, like, well, what's the difference? Well, they find some little loopholes. That is why.
And also, they make each other competitive, like the black and black. They make them competitive. So when you feel like you're out of the ghetto, okay, now your life is better. You don't want to go back to that. You know what I mean? Or if you go back to that, then some guy's gonna come and kill you.
Right.
And then it's like, okay, you feel discouraged to do good things for the neighborhood. And
then you move to another area and you take on their
and who brings the
mindset.
guns? Who bring the drugs and the guns? It's not African Americans bringing guns from outside of the country.
No,
I understand all your points, because trust me, we've been talking about it for a long time, and I don't mean like right here and now, but this is a conversation, the COINTELPRO, the Contras, the war on drugs, I get everything you're saying, the food desert, the Jim Crow, the redlining, the slavery by another name. I get what you're saying. No, trust me. I've come a long way to even arrive at where I'm at, and I'm still trying to grow. But I've gone through all of that, and I've looked at it from that angle, and I've taken issue with all of these programs and everything that you're saying right now. I was in the same place, thinking the same way, and I still do, understand where you're coming from. But I think that at some point you have to start thinking about the solutions, right?
True.
To the problem.
I agree with you.
But
And
also
that's why
understand
right now,
that some people are not there yet, and we have to help them get across.
Exactly. And that's why you have these conversations and you don't sugarcoat nothing. You don't over romanticize stuff. And you talk about, you get at the substance and not the idea of what things look like or should look like, but what's really happening. Like, we get caught up in, let me just point this out, right? Like the I've heard you say something like about guys kissing guys, or homosexual. Like, to me, that's not even a topic, because that don't stop people from eating. Like, people hungry. Let people, do what they want to do. Like, because heterosexuals are going to be heterosexuals, homosexuals are going to be homosexuals.
no one has pushed down the road.
Yeah, but when it's being pushed, then
When it's
some
being down the
other
road,
state.
no.
Oh, yeah,
Then there's an
like
agenda.
when I was
happening right
when I-
now. And
when
then
I was
we're told to, we're you know what they're doing to us?
I just
We
don't
are
think that's not at the top of the list, though, right now. Maybe that's something to come back to and talk about, like, from a moral perspective. People are hungry right now. People need places to live. People,
Exactly.
there's like problems in the
Hold on, everyone. Hold on.
So guess what then? If that's not the main concern, I just want to say, sorry, if that's not the main concern, right, what you're saying, like, that's not a big issue, right, then why is the government, this so-called superpower, right, the United States, pushing this agenda of homosexuality to our children?
I don't know. I think homosexuality been going on for a long time in this world.
Okay,
And
so
let them be.
guys,
To each his own, but why is it being pushed to our children? See, you got to see what the world's going,
Okay. Let's
You're both saying the
let me-
same thing, but you're drawing different conclusions, because Theo, you're saying that the main priority and the problems in Africa is, hunger, feeding people, all that, which I think Senuti and everyone here would agree with. Economics is the priority. But when it comes to talking about the problems of Africa, for example, when all these people come to Africa, historical Obama visit, what did he talk about? Did he talk about the poverty? Did he talk about?
I know, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
So
He
what
was,
he's saying is that we don't even want to talk about it. We don't even want, even
I got you.
The president of Kenya, when he was asked about this stuff, he said, look, we have other things that we need to talk about. Why do you put this, issue when nobody it doesn't affect, even in your countries, apparently it's supposed to be only maybe 3% or maybe 10%, who knows by now, but it's not something that majority of people are dealing with, waking up every morning.
And it's not the overall issues that need to be addressed.
When something so small is made something so big, then you have to ask yourself, why are they making such a small thing a big thing when nobody is thinking about it? So that's all, Senuti and a lot of people are saying, that when everybody sees the problem and then somebody comes up with another problem that's either the solution and not even a big problem, then you have to ask yourself, is this just a distraction or is there something else at play?
Okay, point taken on that.
That we want to start with is firstly saying, is there a problem? What is the problem? Because today we asked ourselves, can a single woman, a single mother raise a boy to be a man? And a man is being part of society, being, that personal, productive, responsible adult individual. Can she bear that burden of producing that to society? Because that's going to affect everyone. If single women are raising children, firstly, we need to know that they are capable of shouldering such a burden. And that's not just them, it's every parent has that responsibility to prepare their children for community, for be a responsible adult. So in this traditional sense, it used to be, the man and the woman. So if a single parent, now let's just say parent now, if it's raising a child, what is a child, growing with, and how is a child influenced by not having the presence of one half of their parentage? So these are questions that we ask, and then because it is the reality, we might have ideals, we might have the past and future ideals, but the reality is that there are situations where this is happening. And if it is happening, how do we help and encourage those women to raise the best children they can under those circumstances? So this is what we're talking about, and what kind of values do we want all the children, not just the ones raised, whichever family they come from, what kind of adults do we want to train in those children? Raising children is not just feeding and putting them in school. It's also instilling those values where when they go out, they will become, productive and not a destructive member of society. So each and every one of us has that duty, whether it's the parent directly, whether it's the member of the community, if we are, mentors, or we're tutors, or we're teachers. All of that, we have to agree on, the direction that we want our children to go in. So, yes.
Gotcha.
All right. Hey, so, we were getting to the 5th hour, so we should start wrapping up a little bit. So let's do this. Let's have just do a merry-go-round, just from how we arrange. BJ, then Theo, Senuti, Focused, and Carrasco, and then we will have a few words, and then we'll go from there. So BJ, and then Theo, and so on.
Okay. In a perfect world, the men will be involved with all their children's lives, no matter how many hundreds, thousands they produce. But we don't live in a perfect world. We live in the world that we live in now. And therefore, in the past, single women have raised men to be some of the greatest inventors, philosophers on the planet. Some of them fell off the wagon. May not work every time, but then that's just not every kid is the same, no matter if they grow up in the same household. So my thing is, we shouldn't make the women feel like they're the villain because they don't have a man in their home. The men can't let the barriers prevent them from being in their children's lives. Because again, they're part of that child's creation, and they need to be a part of that child's upbringing and within their lives. So my only thing is that we have to do better because we're under attack and our children's lives are at stake, and we can't leave them out to be slaughtered.
Okay. Wonderful put. Thank you, BJ. Theo?
Yeah, so you know, I'm still of the strong opinion, you know, not only can women, you know, raise boys to be men, right? But when we see a boy, a woman raising a boy to be a man, right? We have to enforce, instill in her that she can do it, right? And we have to, we can't push the narrative that a child is doomed or condemned because his father wasn't around, right? Because it's just not the case, right? We have to like look at things like as they are, like what actually happens. And as far as the father's responsibility, it's not enough to just be there. It's about what you do, what you bring to the table. Even for a mother, it's not enough to just be there, right? Because I think sometimes women, and not all women, when I say women, when I say men, I don't like to speak in general, right? So some women feel like they've done their job simply because they were around. But as we said earlier, some women can be toxic, right? And just being there, having the home and the child being in the home isn't enough. How is she feeding the child? What type of food she feeding the child? And I know there's challenges with that. I mean, we covered that. But all of that stuff matters. What is she exposing the child to? You know, as far as she can help it anyway, that matters. So when we see, sometimes when we see these discrepancies in young men and women who are raised by a single parent, what we're seeing is the product of a mother who may not have been as attentive as she could have been and may not have been nurturing as well as she could have, for whatever reason, whatever her circumstances were, right? And maybe she didn't have the support. But it's not enough to just show up on either end, a man or a woman. A child is going to be the product of the how the parents operated, what the parents instilled, the environment. I mean, there's so many factors. Also, one thing I want to point out before I close too is we were talking about the food situation, and I just want to share this. I just had lunch today with someone who does Instacart. Are y'all familiar with Instacart?
Yeah.
So when we were having a conversation, right? So for those of you who aren't familiar with Instacart, and not to, you know, mansplain, but you know, it's going to the grocery store picking up groceries for people. But she told me that oftentimes she can tell the demographics of the person she's getting the groceries for simply by what's in the basket. And it's not the amount that's being spent in the grocery store, but it's the items that are actually going into the basket. And I say that to say, a lot of times people are just making poor choices, not because they don't have the option. And a lot of it is probably ignorance and not knowing, but we have to work on that, because stuff like nutrition is so operative in the way that we develop, the way that kids develop in our well-being, like overall. So somebody asked, what's the solution to some of these problems? I think a big solution to a lot of our problems is to eat better and take better care of ourselves, our health, you know, in ways that sometimes don't cost more than the money we spend already to eat and do the things that we do.
So we got to educate each other on how to do that.
Yes. That's it.
All right. Go ahead. Who is next? Sanity.
Thanks. Yeah, so I just wanted to say in closing, I guess, as you know, going back to the initial topic, as females, you know, of course there are great single moms. I'm not going to take that away from anyone, right? Single father, single mom. When we're in that, when we're in a situation that's not favorable to us, we do our best as human beings to deal with our life choices, right? But I think we got to learn from mistakes that have been made in the past. So we, especially the females, we need to first love ourselves and respect ourselves and how we carry ourselves. We need to choose our partners wisely. There's nothing wrong even waiting until you get married and having babies. And if you're going to have kids, I mean, if things do happen, protect yourself to avoid unnecessary abortions and whatnot, right? It's just how we carry ourselves. And then be one. Like, put ourselves first. I've always said this, and I believe it wholeheartedly in myself, that supporting each other, like the Black family, buying businesses from each other, inspiring each other, not putting down each other, right? So all this plays into context into the decisions that we make in life. So if we support each other, if we first love each other ourselves, and the choices that we make, because some people, they go off and do things emotionally, or because you feel empty, you make these decisions, whether it's a one-night stand or whatnot, and then that changes your whole life. So I think big thing is to love ourselves and learn from the past, and empower. If we empower each other, ourselves first, love ourselves first, love our own people, I think it could only get better from here on. That's all I want to say.
Yes.
Absolutely, Sanity. Yeah, we have to take responsibility for our actions, and this goes for both men and women. And the only reason why I say women is because I'm a woman. The men have their responsibility to take. They have their actions, like Haraska was saying earlier. In the old society, there were men councils, there were women councils, there were things that women knew and followed that was just theirs. There was men had their own rules as well. It's not that they were against or contradictory, it was just separate, but there were still communal rules that governed everyone. So in talking about solutions, it's not to romanticize either the past or the future. It's not to throw away either the past or the future. It's simply to look objectively and unbiased at what we knew and what happens and what we can do with it now. We couldn't have survived for this long as human beings if there were some things we didn't figure out in the past. There were some things that we have learned and have used and have helped us in our journey. And there are some things that we constantly have to change, especially with a changing world. So it's not to say, because the people who also idealize the future, the people who idealize, the present, that the present is all there is, and nothing else matters, and there's no realism in lack of motivation. So we are, and there's no also a prescribed path. I think that everyone's views on things are valid. I think that even we as Africans, and this is something also that we can learn from those who came before us, we had respect for various ways and practices. We had different tribes and different kingdoms, states, and so on, different ways of running our families, of living, of politics, economics, and so on. So there was not this one way. There were different ways, but there were also some things that were universal, that were familiar, things like respect for the elders, things like rites of passage, preparation of the child for entry into society and to become a productive member. So even if we acknowledge that the modern world, there may be some directions that it may want to take us that maybe we might not want to go, but at the same time, you also have to know where you stand. You also have to know that even if, the whole world says this, this is what you have to stand for something, or like they say, you'll fall for anything. So, but that doesn't mean that you're unchangeable. You don't look at things, and you have to be adaptable. But at the same time, you're like a reed in the wind. You're strong, but you still sway. And so, So go ahead, Brother Focused. Right. And then Carrasco, and then Focused.
Yeah. First of all, I appreciate you for letting me on, Tanzan. This was a real good show, a real good discussion. I appreciate everybody, what they had to say. And let me say this to the brother, yo, because I definitely you know, agree with like what you're saying, you know, like your basis of what you're saying, you know, because that's the first thing that you need to take action and get motivated to do something to make a change, you know what I mean? But I also think that, you know what I'm saying, like even when you mentioned the insurance thing, you know, like life expectancy for Black women is more than white dudes, you know. Now I'd be interested to see if their insurance rates is more, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But like, yo, like y'all said, it's simple solutions in that, like, yo, like, because we don't have our own doctors, we don't have this and that, you know. And even before then, like, we created insurance companies, hospitals, and all of that in the 1900s, and today we have more capital than we did. We just have less unity, you know what I'm saying? But even in those situations, like with the with like went, because like, yo, and that's another thing I agree with the brother 100%, y'all, as far as like eating right, you know, like doing what you have to do, get out there and exercise, do sit-ups, go walk for a mile or something every day, go do something, you know what I'm saying? But even with that, you know, like, yo, like how my mom went to the doctor and she told me, and a lot of Black women have told me, like, yo, they don't even take my blood pressure, they just prescribe me this and prescribe me that, and we don't know the effects of it, you know what I'm saying? Like, so all of that stuff is important, you know what I'm saying? And as far as like being influenced, like, yeah, like as a grown man, like I said, it's hard for me to be influenced, but the kids is easier. Like your son you could tell him he can't have a cell phone, but then he'll go to school and one of his little friends that have a phone and they strolling on TikTok all day looking at the latest trends, doing some wild stuff, you know what I'm saying? And the last thing I'll close on is like with the solutions, you know what I'm saying? Like we definitely community, like everybody's been mentioning, is one of the main things. Like my brother Bakari, like we trying to start something to where we can mentor like these young boys in the homes, because I heard y'all talking earlier, like why don't men want to like be stepfathers or something like that? But like even just in the community, men mentoring each other. And I also think it's important to teach young men how to use guns and stuff properly and teach them about budgeting money and economics and stuff like that. All that stuff is important to teach young kids. So yeah, I think, but to answer the main question, yeah, I do think that nature made it so a man and a woman has to have kids together for a reason, you know what I'm saying? I think everybody agree with that though. So I'll pass the mic.
Thank you, Brother Focused. And thank you all, just all of you, for being here today. You know, like someone said today, Fruits Alive said, I love the mixture of African and African American voices here. And for me, this is one of the main reasons why I joined Swahili Nation, because I wanted to create this dialogue between, you know, our people all across the world, the global Black community, from Africa to the Caribbean to America, a place where we can come and talk about, because I know sometimes we're quick to say, what is the solution? What is the solution? And that's important too. But look, we didn't even have a time when we could discuss the problems. We're really starting maybe this in the last, you know, years, maybe 5-6 years. There was a time when we have been disconnected from each other for a very long time. We, you know, they're in the 60s, I think there was a student exchange program and so on. And there was a chance when Africans and African Americans and Caribbeans, you know, the Black population across the world, we could sit down and talk. And then a lot of years passed, we all just went our separate ways. And then when we come back, we still have, we know each other, but we have to catch up. So I know we do think about the solutions, but just having a place where we can talk, where we can have, you know, people, we are really well represented here. You know, we had Africans, we had Americans, we had men, we had women, we had everyone, you know, with different voices. So I'm just glad that we had that diversity of thought. We learn a lot, even if we disagree, even if we agree, it's always something you're coming off, you know, knowing something you didn't know before. So I appreciate all of you, appreciate the people in the comment section, Sam, Fruits Alive, Fiorina, Eskinda, I hope I say it's right, Neo, Mfax, everyone. Okay, sorry, Bari Antoinette.
Asante sana.
Asante sana, karibu. So just say your last piece and goodbye greetings, and then we'll sign out on an excellent note. Thank you all once again. Asante. So BJ, then Theo, then Sanuti, Focused, and Carrasco. You can, if you want, if you say your last words, that's cool. If you want to say one last word, and then we're out, and then we pray, and we're out. Right?
Well, I'll just say is that it's beautiful that we all can get together and voice our opinions. But mainly the reason why I come is to try to sort of tell my story, and story is a little interesting, many twists, turns, and paths. And I discovered that a lot of systematic systems that were created were designed to prevent me from getting to where I'm at. So in spite of, I am here. And so I like to tell people that in spite of whatever circumstances they're dealing with, they can become and do whatever they want. But we have to come together. We were more of a community in the past. Therefore, we know we can be a community in the future. It just takes seeing things from another perspective and understanding why. And I just feel like don't sugarcoat it. Tell the truth. It may hurt. You will get over it. And hopefully we'll learn something from it. So thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, BJ. All right. Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Samuti. Oh, did you want a few last words?
No, I was just going to say, Asante Sana, this was great. Everybody had valid points, and this is just awesome thing. And like you, I joined Swahili Nation, in anticipation of being able to get on the forum and talk about some things. So I'm glad this happened. And Lala Salama.
Na wewe pia. Asante sana. And if you want to learn Swahili, on Thursdays we have Paul. He teaches Kiswahili, and yeah, love Kiswahili. Okay. I'm so impressed.
Okay.
Hey, Tanzania, can I say something?
Sorry, Sana. Sanity and then focused.
Yeah, I just want to say, great conversation. And the more you have these kind of conversations, we're learning from different cultures, and it kind of brings up, we're more similar than different. Even, when you look at the African American culturally, where they at now, Africa, where we at now, and where we're heading. You see, so we want to avoid the same mistake that in the West has happened, right? So we can learn from things that's being brought up, to make us more liberal, in the word of liberal, equality, all these magic words used to trick us. So it's so important to just open our lenses and just not take things for face value, but try to look into things deep, and also who's behind the message, who's a policymaker, and how are we being influenced in our, because it trickles down from government to the people, right?
Yes.
Decisions that they make. So these things do affect everybody, and so I just love the fact that we're able to have this kind of conversation and also listen to different point of views, and learn from each other. So one Africa, be one. And love you guys. Thanks for having me as a person to just discuss this with you guys.
Love you too.
Asante sana.
Asante sana.
All right. Carrasco, you're good? Focused?
Oh yeah. Well, I wanted to repeat everything they said. But yeah. Shouts out to all of y'all. But I did want to say one thing real quick, Tanzan. I started this there's a water crisis going on in Lawrence County, Alabama. You know what I'm saying? Where the people can't afford septic tanks, and like every time they take a shower or a bath or flush their toilet, like their feces come back up through their sink and stuff like that. Yeah, and I started a GoFundMe just to try to help as many people as I can get a septic tank. So you know what I'm saying, I did want to put that out there. And shouts out to everybody on the panel, and shouts out to everybody in the chat. And thank you, Tanzan. I'm about to go chill now.
Yes, and do please check out Focus channel. You see the logo green with the focus, and support. yes, and please do support the cause, because it really is appalling what's going on in Alabama right now. It's something that, you know, nobody anywhere in the world should be dealing with. And
yeah, because Flint is still dealing with it, and they're trying to sugarcoat it and just brush it up under the weeds. And I'm like, now hearing you, it's like it's spreading, and if we don't shine a light on it, no one will know. And these people need help.
Mm-hmm. And not just this one is even worse than Flint. It's both the water and the sewage. So just go to Brother Focus channel. This whole story is there, and you can go to the GoFundMe as well and just learn about it. It's
okay, will do.
Yes. So, all right, Carrasco, last word before we close out.
Okay, Tanzan. I just wanted to say, for any woman out there who is feeling like this topic or title was an affront or an attack on them, I just wanted to reassure you that we understand that you give life. So if you have produced a healthy baby, you have whether that baby is that infant is male or female, you have given it life in the first place, and you have nourished it with your body, and so as it is healthy, you have actually taken it one step ahead from being a fetus. And then again, we know that when a woman cuddles a child at birth, and all of that touching that they do when the child is little goes a long way to determine the well-being of the baby, even until in adulthood, so that children who have not been well held in as infants are not really truly well as adults. They suffer many psychological problems. So we know that women are the bringer forth of life and the givers of life in a certain sense. But what we're talking about here is about socialization. And I feel that women are more equipped to socialize women, young girls, and men are more adapted to socializing men because of something Tanzan said, which is rise to passage, advancement into power, socialization, and becoming useful members of the society. Having said that, I feel that every point that has been put out here, I really enjoyed you chopping it up with you guys. Every point was valid, and I would definitely, want to be with this panel again. Peace and love. Asante sana Tanzan kwa program kwa panel. All right.
I had so much fun. I really enjoyed, and I'm happy you're all here. Maria Antoinette, Seniti, Paul Justin is here. Check out his program on Thursday if you want to learn even more Kiswahili. So,
when did you say? What day?
On Thursday. I don't know the time zones, but it's Thursday, 6 p.m. East African. So just translate that into your world clock. 6 p.m. EAT, Eastern African time.
Okay, yes. Gotcha.
And we have other programs. When Tezi was here earlier, he also has a program on Sundays. It's called The Hidden Hand, where he explores, all the different structures that, constitute the system. And so we have different programs. There's education, there's politics, there's just diaspora talk. And we want to expand the conversation. We want us to be able to talk about a wide range of subjects, history, culture, advancement, progress, technology, all these things. So
like a dream come true, I can tell you that. I'm telling you, you don't understand. Just to be able to talk here to everyone from across the diaspora and the continent is beautiful.
It is.
So it's good to see that the World Wide Web has a useful purpose.
Right. It's not just for,
paying bills.
All right. So I'm grateful. Before we start, we always, give thanks. And today I forgot because I was in such a hectic mood, but we always start with giving the ancestors praise because if it was not for them, even if you're not spiritual or if you don't believe, if it was not for them biologically, we would not be here. So we are here because of a long, long lineage of people who came before us and who decided to give the life that they were given. So we owe that to the next generation, and we always pray for guidance, for learning, for sharing, for, you know, just being with each other, and for peace. And I think we were granted all those today. So I thank you all for being a part of this, and I hope we can do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks so much, Tamsin. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. And you too.
All right, peace, everybody.
Yeah,
Peace.
bye, everyone.
Take care.
Peace out.
All
Bye.
right. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.